to help answer all your Medicare questions. Call a United Healthcare Medicare Plan expert today at 1-888-CALL-UHC or go to myuhcagent.com. Hurry, enrollment is open from October 15th to December 7th. The United Healthcare Medicare Plan expert is a licensed sales agent producer.
For peace of mind, ring the bell. Bell Plumbing and Heating.
You need a plumber? Turn to the company that's been providing home services for Denver area families since 1926. Bell Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical offers service that's quick, reliable, and friendly. That's the Bell way. Contact Bell, where now for a limited time you can get $50 off any plumbing service. Find more info at bellplumbing.com. That's bellplumbing.com.
For peace of mind, ring the bell. Bell Plumbing and Heating.
No one appreciates the American dream as much as Romanian immigrant Mitch Floria. He arrived with just $300 in his pocket, started Art of Granite, now serves the entire Front Range and mountain communities. A direct stone importer who passes wholesale prices on to his customers for all countertops. Completed in just 2 weeks, including quartz. Bathroom free when you have the kitchen done. Tear out and haul away free. Get a price on the phone. 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine.
If you came across someone struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? Would you notice a 16-year-old boy who got his first job?
Not for extra spending money, but to help feed his little sisters?
Or a mother who's in between jobs and sometimes goes to bed hungry so her kids can have dinner? I am the 1 in 8 Americans who struggle with hunger. I am hungered in America.
Hunger can be hard to recognize. Learn why at IamHungerinAmerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Just like the virus has evolved, so is the vaccine. Introducing an updated COVID vaccine, featuring protection against current COVID variants like Omicron. This vaccine uses the same safe formula that millions of people have already received and is available now for free all over Colorado. This updated protection will help keep us healthy, especially during this time of year as we get together with loved ones. Find a vaccine clinic at covid19.colorado.gov so you can gather round, safe and sound.
The annual enrollment period has arrived. Not sure what all those TV ads are about? Then call Integrity Health Advisors, a local broker that has your best interest. You know, a lot of us haven't reviewed our plans, maybe in years. You should see what changes are available that best suit your needs because plans do change every year. Turning 65 and just starting your Medicare search? Call Integrity Health Advisors, a local agency that can assist you with your Medicare health benefits. Right now is the time to call. 720-288-0863. 720-288-0863.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Warm and sunny for your Monday. Temperatures today right around the mid-70s. We'll see plenty of sunshine and light wind to go around. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Thinking about an appliance purchase or having something installed, like flooring, kitchen, or bath? You can count on Lowe's for credit options. See the store nearest you. Or go to Lowe's.com for details on the latest credit offers going on now.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter, mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. Cities across Ukraine targeted by Russia. The strikes in retaliation for the bombing of a bridge that was key to getting supplies from Russia to the Crimean Peninsula. ABC News national security and intelligence analyst Mick Mulroy.
The attack on the bridge, whether the Ukrainians acknowledge or not, it is a valid military target because it's how the Russians supply themselves in Crimea. The response was not against valid military targets. It was against civilian infrastructure and population centers.
At least 11 people were killed in today's attacks. Jury selection begins Monday in Los Angeles in the sexual assault trial of disgraced film producer Harvey Weinstein. The criminal charges are based on the accusations of 5 women who have said Weinstein attacked them between 2004 and 2013. Weinstein says all the encounters were consensual. Former Fed Chair Ben Bernanke and 2 other American economists were awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics today for their research into fallout from bank failures. This is ABC News. Criticism of Texas Governor Greg Abbott from an NBA head coach.
This is Jim Ryan.
Rebound chased now by Herb Jones of New Orleans.
Facing the New Orleans Pelicans at home, the San Antonio Spurs last night hosted about 1,000 Uvalde residents as a show of solidarity. Afterward, head coach Greg Popovich came down hard on the state's response to the massacre.
Nothing done to try to prevent the next one of any consequence. Just talk.
While Governor Greg Abbott has ordered a statewide assessment of school security, Popovich says
he did nothing but make it easier for everybody to have guns in Texas.
Abbott says that any attempt to raise the purchase age for guns would be unconstitutional. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The new crash detection feature in the iPhone 14 could be a bit too sensitive. According to the Wall Street Journal, the feature, which automatically calls 911, went off a handful of times at Cincinnati's Kings Island amusement park while people were on roller coasters. Similar incidents were reported at Six Flags Great America. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
God, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending Ooma and their all-in-one phone, video, and collaboration solution.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The trial of a former teacher at Manitou Springs High School beginning today. Matthew Barton was arrested in January for allegedly having a sexual relationship with the student. The relationship began back in 2007, but police did not investigate until they received a tip last year. He faces charges of sexual assault on a child by a person in a position of trust. A moose was spotted on I-70 near Silverthorne, a reminder that Colorado drivers need to keep an eye out for wildlife on mountain roads. Rachel Gonzalez with Colorado Parks and Wildlife tells Fox 31 you'd be seeing even more wildlife on state roads if it weren't for the more than 60 wildlife crossings installed by the DOT across the state.
The intent is it's for not only the safety of wildlife, but it's also for the safety of motorists. So they're there to provide that safe crossing, whether it be an overpass as it is in some areas or an underpass that we see in others.
Last month, a motorcyclist was seriously injured after hitting a moose on Guanella Pass. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Active driving throughout the Denver metro as we start that new week, starting on the west end of town. I-70 westbound after Kipling Street. A recent accident has been cleared. We're still seeing stop-and-go traffic back from Sheridan Boulevard and about 9 minutes of delays for drivers. Hopefully this one cleans up real soon. Heading into downtown, I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 20s and 30s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. And on the east end, leaving the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, regular slowdowns between Tower and I-70. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today. We've got an afternoon high of 74 degrees, overnight low of 47. The current temperature in Denver is 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
While the Soviet blockade of Western Germany was anything but pleasant, one man known as the Candy Bomber found a way to bring joy to children under communist rule. Be sure to catch this story on the next Our American Stories, on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready to sell your vehicle or perhaps upgrade to something sharper? The Sharpest Rides wants to buy your ride now, no matter the mileage, make, or year. Get the best possible price with an honest and professional appraisal. Or shop our selection at thesharpestrides.com, where for every vehicle sold, a donation is made to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Can't come in? Call 303-934-3410 and ask for DJ for a remote appraisal. The Sharpest Rides, Colorado's #1 online dealer.
Do roller coaster stock markets make you nervous? With such frequent ups and downs, don't let market volatility derail your retirement. Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, Saturday on 630 KHOW. If you're concerned about the markets, call today to schedule a complimentary review of your portfolio. Call 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604. Or online, yourmoneyyourretirement.com.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Monday at 4, fresh off of her KO of Jared Polis in the first debate. Heidi Ganol joins us to explain why she will not participate in the KUSA debate due to the political bias of one of the moderators. Join us at 4.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe. I am here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life just a little easier. Kachina Kalori is with us today. Suze and Mark are on an important mission for the show. And Kachina Kalori is Kelly. I just call her Kachina Kalori because when you say her name fast, that's what it sounds like to me. So, Kelly, we are going to talk about any and all things, of course, as we have people on the line already. And Bob Logan is with us from Plumline Services. I've been with them since the beginning, and plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And this is the season right now, I can feel it, where people need to act and not get screwed. Every year I say this, so we'll get to that. Right now, Scott, let's go right to the phones, 303-713-TALK. And there are a number of things I want to talk about, but I won't clutter your mind right this minute. But there are things going on in the marketplace with housing that is a little shocking right now. Perhaps, Kelly, when we get a slump, we can get Frank Duran, the real estate man, on. I just have to ask him a few questions. Or we can talk to Stephanie Thomas in Colorado Springs. But anyway, let's talk now to Scott. Scott, welcome to the show. How can we help you?
Thank you, Tom. I didn't realize I was going to be live on the show, but
it's wonderful, right? And if it's really personal, I'm going to give your last name and your address.
Yep, thanks.
First, Scott, what's happening, man? What's going on?
Well, my daughter's car got in an accident, and the company, the person with the faults company got her a rental car. And it was through Hertz Rental. And the car, we had the rental car for nearly 2 months. And last Thursday, we went to drop the car back off at the local Hertz Rental in Lakewood off of Colfax. And the guy said, I'm going to go out and check the mileage out. And then he comes back in and said, someone's been smoking in the car. And no one in our family smokes. No one that was in that car smoked. There was no smell of smoke. And
did he make it up, or is it possible? There's no smell even now. He made that up, basically, or what?
Right, and it wouldn't let me go back into the car to actually take a look at it. He got my daughter so shook up she went outside and was crying, and so I said I need to go talk to her. And when I walked back in...
Did he want to charge her for this?
He charged us $428.89 without even me being able to sign off on it or anything else, and he was very rude. I went home, I called Hertz and got a customer service person, and they said they were going to escalate it to their corporate stuff. They, of course, got a hold of the Lakewood office, and I called them again today, and they basically
said... Now, which office were you dealing with?
The one in Lakewood off of Colfax. West Colfax.
Okay.
And I've never had problems with their rental stuff when I go on a trip or anything else. I've never had something like this happen ever. But to charge someone $400 for something that we didn't do, and I called my credit card company as well to say, can you put a hold on this, or But I the guy wouldn't listen to me. I always thought I'm in customer service, and it's like the customer is always right until you investigate it.
Well, you got to understand something. They don't care because she didn't come to them, or did she? Was she the one that chose Hertz and the other company paid, or did the other company choose Hertz?
The insurance company chose Hertz to get us a rental car so that that she could drive.
Okay, now this is her responsibility if she did anything to that car, obviously, and we all know that. But you're saying there's no smell, there was nothing wrong. Now they already charged it and can say, well, yeah, of course there's no smell now because we fixed it.
Yeah, good possibility. But while I was at that location, because the rental was in my name, because the insurance and everything is in mine and my wife's name, and my daughter's on that, and so it's like the.
But wait, it wasn't your insurance that paid for it. You said it was the other party that paid for it.
They paid for the rental itself. Okay, so the insurance company did great when it came to that part. It's just that I had to leave a credit card as a deposit, like you normally do when you do rent a car.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, so he just automatically charged it because I said, "Can I see the keys so I can go look at this?" And he said, "You said no to me, and I never said no once."
Well, hold on. Did you go to your credit card company and dispute the charge?
I have that in place right now. Yes.
Well, and what are they going to do about that?
They said that takes about 7 to 10 days.
Well, they should give you provisional credit immediately.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so now the question is, how do we prove or not prove? And I don't know what power do they have to simply say, well, it happened. This is a weird one. You would think that if you wanted to go out and look at it, they would let you look at it and smell it, for God's sakes. I mean, to just say, I'm sorry, it smells, we're charging you. And, I've smelled that sickening sweet odor that comes from tobacco sitting in a car or smoke. And it could have very well been there before. It would be interesting to know, and we had someone do this before. By the way, we put him out of business. Literally, story happened when Stapleton was an airport. We had a guy out there who rented cars and would charge for the same dent. And the way we did it is we took him to small claims court. We had the consumer take him to small claims court and ask for the rental records on that car, and found that he had been charging almost everyone for the same dent. And
wow.
It's a true story. This guy was so pissed at us, and he wrote to me years later, talking about how that was changed his life. The guy that had the rental place, it put him out of business. He went somewhere else. And these were used cars, by the way. A rent-a-wreck at the time they were called. It was a new concept.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, right now, small claims court is the obvious thing if your credit card company doesn't side with you. The only thing we could do is call and let them know, or just ask in general, how do you prove it? Do you just say it and expect them to believe it? Do you get witnesses? Do you have someone sign off on it? And obviously, if you get a company to clean it, they're not going to say, no, there was no odor. I'm sure they're going to say, we took the odor out. So that's going to be biased. This is really, but you swear, Scott, no one, and absolutely no one, smoked in that car.
Yep. That is correct. And the thing is, when I calmed my daughter down and I went to go back in, I said, I went to open the door to the rental, and he had locked it, and he was standing at the door with, the piece of paper and saying, "You said no. Here's your paperwork. We're charging you." And I had got a little, worked up, and I, may have said a few things I shouldn't have to him, but I was not happy because it was, the poorest customer service that I've ever had in my life.
Well, listen. Here's what we can do. We can help you make noise. I want you to first see what your credit card company does, and then we'll walk you through the process on taking them to small claims court, and we'll contact them. But first, let's just see if they can prove anything, because it seems to me they have to do more than just show a bill. I mean, I don't know how they just determine. I mean, maybe it was there before. Did your daughter smell anything before when she got in there?
But there, you know, Tom, there was no smell in the thing at all, and he claimed that there was ashes in there as well, and you know, he wouldn't let me take a look, you know, and that's the part that really bothered me. You know, I hate to say it, but I almost think he planted it. And I don't know if they make bonuses on this type of stuff.
I don't either,
you
but
know.
that's something you're going to find out when you sue them. So here's what I would do. You can have a callback number. You'll get right through is 303 Martino, because we always leave that open, meaning that even if people call on the show 303 Martino, it clears the line as soon as they're put on hold. So what I would like to do is get you to call that number and leave, you know, remind me about, you know, Scott with the odor in the car. I have it here written down. And let's take it one step at a time. I think it's a good topic, because how do you ever prove, you know, what happened or what didn't happen? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. RealCBDThatWorks.com is for pain, inflammation, even anxiety. A lot of people are using it for travel. It's Panacea Life Sciences, by the way. 30% off with Tom in the promo code. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Bigger is not always better. With car accidents, I don't want to...
But let me ask you a question. So if he was to sue them, small claims court, he could get the rental records for that car?
Yeah, he could.
That would be a great, that'd be a great thing to do. Would it do any good if he went to small claims court if under oath they swore that no one smoked in that car? Would that hold any?
Yeah, the judge, you know, often courts are nothing more than a forum for a judge to look at people and then determine credibility. There's not always hard and fast evidence for everything. I mean, it really is it's a challenge, man. It's a challenge. And sometimes you can't determine it. And if you can't determine it, guess what happens? I mean, 303-596, it's not the other way around. You don't just assess somebody.
Right.
Unless some of these contracts, which I don't call it unconscionable, some of these contracts might say, for example, within their discretion, cash offer to do it. And when your home sells for more, you keep the difference.
I think you'd have to prove that
you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000 above his cash offer. Had he gone to a home buying company, he would have missed out on that extra money. But with Orchard, he got more cash at closing. Rudy's story isn't unique. 99 out of 100 Orchard customers sell on market for more than their cash offer. Getting started is easy. Go online and enter your address at orchard.com. It takes just a couple minutes and lets you skip home listing hassles. If you're thinking about selling or just curious what Orchard would pay for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Here's another remarkable success story from QC Kinetics. This one from Chad, who hurt his knee at the gym one day, and it just kept on hurting for months. My high school football and wrestling days already had a little bit of damage in there, but this just set it over the edge. Chad tried traditional treatments with no improvement, but he turned to the non-surgical regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. It was really fascinating how they did the work and the science behind it. Very intriguing. It works. Extracting the cure from the body to the mind. It's like I'm brand new again. It was fantastic. That's because the QC Kinetics natural biologic treatments use your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief. Now I'm back in the gym.
And I've talked to so many people that when I
If you're
talk
tired
to
of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury, call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Democrats say that high inflation will go away after the Fed's rate hikes, but month after month the numbers prove nothing has changed. In fact, food and housing prices are still going higher. Meanwhile, Biden is still finding ways to print more dollars. Hi, this is Stephen K. Bannon. I urge you to take action to protect your savings from inflation. How? By diversifying your current retirement funds into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold. To see how it works, simply text the word secure to 989898. And Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold IRA. This 20-page guide will answer all your questions about using gold in your retirement account. This is the best way to stop your purchasing power from being stolen by Democrats like Joe Biden. So text secure to the number 989898. That's secure to 989898 to get your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation to purchase your product.
Former President Trump just made a big post to his Truth Social, and he's praising Dick Morris's new book, The Return. Trump says Dick Morris's bestseller is a great book, and urges you...
Hi, I just forwarded you what Vivica sent me on the closet and your office.
The Return alleges that big media, big tech...
Yeah, remember we had the built-in... No. Your office, remember we, like, had her... I know, but, I mean, I just... some point, but can you print out the pantry stuff so we can take a look at it? Okay. Why are you out of breath? Okay. All right. Bye.
Getting to the bottom of the breath post-call.
Yeah.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast. Warm and sunny for your Monday. Temperatures today right around the mid-70s. And lightly go around. I'm Fox 31. This looks like
Did you know that Duke basketball is famous for a infamous Coach K was nearly fired in 1983? A move which would have kept his legacy from even happening in the first place. You can catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeart Radio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors. 321.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Here you go.
Great!
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. You know, Water Pros can get you all the drinking water you want at the kitchen sink, and you don't have to worry about any kind of bottled water ever again, and that's waterpros.net, triple filter reverse osmosis. Speaking of water, Plumbline has been doing plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains for years. And, Bob, right now, they call it the shoulder season. I don't know if I went over this with you, but the reason, I looked it up, and the reason they say it's a shoulder season, I guess, is, now, did I forget that? It's not hot or cold.
Right. Is this thing on?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. It will be on right now, sir. Go ahead. Is this thing on, Paul?
All right.
No, go ahead,
test,
sir.
Test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it is
okay,
the shoulder
good.
season.
Yes, it is the shoulder season, and basically what that means, especially in like furnace and air conditioning systems, people aren't using their air conditioning right now. It's starting to cool down, but it's not quite cold enough to be using your furnaces. And so during the shoulder season, we do everything we can to keep people busy. So typically that's when you find some better deals, whether it's maintenance on your equipment or specials on replacing your equipment. But this is really the time that people need to be looking at all their, whether it's plumbing, electrical, furnace,
everything.
Air conditioning, everything.
Because it's not just the deals, Bob, but let's say you find something wrong. They can think about it if they need to.
Right.
They're not under the gun right now.
Exactly. If you wait a month when you actually need it, everybody in Denver is going to be busy. Our company, all of our competitors are going to be busy. You're going to have a hard time getting somebody out, and then you're going to be under the gun.
So what are supplies like? If someone needs something right now, is there anything you can think of that would take a while?
Well, there's still supply-demand issues, but they've gotten much better. And so we might not have, for example, every model of water heater, every model of furnace available, but there's usually an equivalent that we can look at. And so typically you're not waiting like you were a year or two ago.
At least you're not waiting in sub-zero weather.
Right, exactly. And we can help you put together a plan of action so that you're not stuck without heat.
If anyone has any questions on this, you can call us, and of course you can always go to Plumbline directly. As I said, I've known him, I think it's now 20 years. How long you guys been? 22?
23, 1998.
23. And I think when he joined me, it was right after that. Just a few vans, Jeff Belk. My God, has it grown. Holy crap. 303-586-1086. 586-1086. Let's talk to LJ. He wants to talk about finishing basements. LJ, what's happening?
Hi, Tom. We are looking at possibly getting started on our basement finish.
Yep.
And didn't know if you had any referrals or any things to look at. It's a brand new home with a concrete floor. And so didn't know if you had any recommendations or things that we should...
All right, here's what I want to tell you, okay, LJ? The biggest problem people come across with a finished basement is not knowing what they want and what their budget is, okay? Here's why. You can get a finished basement. How many square feet do you have down there?
We're about 1,800 square feet.
And how much do you want to finish?
We need one small area for storage, maybe 300 square feet for storage.
And the rest you want do you want a bedroom? Do you want bath? Do you want a kitchenette, a bar? That's what you need to know.
So, okay, so no bath, no bedroom down there. There's plumbing. There's already a rough-in bathroom, and we have one workout area that we made makeshift just so we could work out down there that we want to keep as a.
And what else? Okay, so you want a workout room? You want a bathroom? What else?
We looked at possibly a walk-up bar, like to where you just maybe put it against the wall.
And would that be a bar for a game room, or would that be in the workout room?
Bar for the game room.
Okay, so basically a rec room with a bar, a bathroom, and a workout room.
That's correct.
Okay, that is a wonderful configuration. People love that extra room for socializing. They love workout rooms. That is a very popular thing right now, and an extra bath. Here's the deal, okay? You're going to find here's what's going to scare you. You're going to find a tremendous what do I want to call it? Chasm from low to high, okay? So I tend to want people who do basements, okay? In other words, not people who also do basements, but people who do a lot of basements, okay? And we have people on the referral list, but you can go on there and find home improvement. They're all good. They really are. But you don't, what you want to do, though, is you want to tell them a budget to work within, but first you can have them give you a bid, but they're going to want to know some kind of budget. And it's really important because you need to fit to your budget. And here's where people get into problems. Allowance items. Let me explain what that means. People do bids, okay? And what they say is, okay, here's what we're going to do it for. And they have an allowance for plumbing. And they have allowance for floor covering or an allowance for paint. And it's called an allowance for light fixtures, an allowance for plumbing fixtures. And they put a figure in there that isn't necessarily real. Because when you get around to picking floor coverings, you may want more than what they're speccing in their allowance. And allowance items are the biggest danger of any home improvement when it comes to a contractor. Very seldom will a contractor actually find out exactly what you want and bid accordingly. So you end up in the middle of a project going over or not being able to get what you want. So that's why a budget is important, and don't allow allowance items unless you know what you want. In other words, I would not enter into a contract like that because one contract that is seemingly better may have lower allowance items than another contract that's realistic. Bob, do you have anything to say about that? Have you guys do you guys ever do any of this? I don't mean the actual remodeling, but do contractors call you in for the bathroom finishing and all that or not? Or do you do only service?
Occasionally we'll go in and do a rough in, but typically, 99% of our work is a service work.
Yeah.
But
including electrical, like you wouldn't wire a basement for someone who's finishing it?
Again, it depends on the extent of what they're looking for. We have done that, yes.
Okay.
But
Now, one thing, the reason I asked that, LJ, is some people who are knowledgeable, you're able to pull homeowners permits and have people do stuff for you and kind of general it yourself. Now, I don't recommend that if you have no knowledge of that. I did that in a few places and saved a ton of money, because no matter what, when you get a general contractor, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with a good general contractor doing this, but when you get one, there's going to be a built-in profit margin for the contractor for all of the coordination and collective work. So, you asked if I have a recommendation. Yeah, referrallist.com. I'm serious. We have people on there that can do it. But rather than tell you who, I wanted to tell you what, and that is avoid allowance items. Avoid them, okay? You have to know what you want, and if it takes going out and shopping, you need to do that. You literally need to go out and shop to know what kind of cabinets or what kind of toilet fixtures. I mean, Bob, what is the price difference in toilets alone? What are they? They're going to talk about that.
Yeah, just a standard toilet could go from $250.
Yeah.
Well, even under that, $200 to
$1,400, right?
Well,
or more.
$3,000-$4,000 for
What?
some toilets, right? I mean, it's
they have right. We have double modes, and you have bidets. You have all kinds of features. And
right, but even a standard toilet can go from $200 to $1,200 very easily.
Now, let me just tell you something. We have some wonderful people that do basements. Now, I'm not going to tell you they're cheap, but I'm not telling you they're expensive. And if they're too expensive, find out why, and ask questions. Every one of them. I just went for basements on my referral list. I have Genesis. Now this is in the Colorado Springs area, Garden of the Gods Homes. They do home improvements and basement. AAA Taurus Construction. Toby's been with me from day one of my referral list. Day one. And do you know, I can't recall a complaint. AAA Taurus Construction, it's called. Valero? Oh, no, excuse me. Oh, wait. AAA Home Improvements might be Toby, the one in Lakewood. Then we have we have the other one. They're both good. Taurus. I forget which ones. Anyway, we have AAA Taurus Construction. Both of them have been with me a long time. AAA Home Improvements. We have Valero Construction, really good people. And then you can look for handymen as well, because a lot of handymen will extend and do that. Just be careful on a few things. The allowance items and who they use for subs. Because even though you get a good general, if a sub screws up, you want a general who knows that sub and can make them work well, or that has the wherewithal to step in and make those mistakes better if a sub screws up. And you can call us anytime during the course of your project for any kind of advice, including signing your contract. You shouldn't have to give a lot of money up front. You should be able to give a reasonable deposit for plans and materials, and then pay when materials are delivered and pay as construction goes on. For quality answers, just stick around. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK. By the way, GarageMagic.com for your garage floors, GarageMagic.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Plenty of activity on the roads and freeways throughout the Denver metro as we get closer to that 11 o'clock hour. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Heading east closer to the airport, I-70 eastbound at Havana, a crash with 3 right lanes blocked. Stop and go traffic back from I-270 and about 7 minutes of delays for drivers. Otherwise, a pretty green and clean drive about town. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today. We're looking at a high of 74 degrees in the afternoon, overnight low of 47. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies with a high of 76. The current temperature in Denver, 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
How did George Washington, the father of our country, go from a greedy land grabber to what King George referred to as the greatest man in the world? Well, we'll bring you this story on the next edition of Our American Stories. Be sure to catch it on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. You want to talk about people I've known a long time? I've known Frank the whole time he's been in business. I think it's going on 28 years right now. For a free or complimentary, I should call it, market analysis, a serious one right now, of what your home will sell for, and believe me, it's a weird market. Frank Duran, the real estate man, he'll sit down, he'll measure, he'll take pictures, he'll look at comps, and he'll consult you free of charge, no pressure to list. 303-920-1622.
Hi, this is Courtney Pierce, president of Buy and Build Kitchen and Bath. Not only do we have Denver's best deals on kitchen cabinets, bathroom vanities, and countertops.
Thanks. I'm going to look at I'm just trying to do this for him.
Don't give out your passwords while you're
I'm going to. Oh, you know, I use a password that's very tricky. No one would ever figure out. I told you that before. It's password, but instead of using W-O-R-D, it's 0. So it's...
Wow, tricky!
Honest to God, no one will ever figure it out. Okay, where the hell? I'm looking for my password here. Oh, there. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. Broadband. I know what I'm doing. Okay, there it is. Yeah, that is exactly what I did. Let me do it again.
Just so you know, Tom, you know your voice goes up and down tremendously when you're talking?
It does?
Yeah, because when you're talking to the mic, it's at one level.
Oh.
But then when you're looking at this,
okay,
your mouth is here rather than here.
That was the right password, but I'm going to put you on this one instead. I'll do it again.
Tremfya is taken by injection in 0 and 4, and then every 8 weeks. Following the 2 starter doses, that's 6 doses a year, by prescription only. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms of infection, including fever, sweat, chills, muscle aches, or cough. Tell your doctor if you have...
That is absolutely it.
Tremfya. Emerge Tremfya. Explore another treatment option. To learn more, call 1-877-578-3527 or tap this ad to visit Tremfya.com and talk to your doctor about Tremfya. See our ad in Health Magazine.
You know what?
Well, yeah, because when you're looking at that, your mouth is here.
No, I got it. I'm gonna watch it now. So we determined for my whole house fan I have upstairs. You do QC.
We do.
Anyway, so I have a remote here, and it would always go out. It wouldn't work. It had to reconnect, or it would always lose its connection. And I guess it's a reboot. So they replaced it with the lower one. That's all it's going. And then they replaced the receiver unit on the fan, and then they figured, well, maybe it's going to post a job on ZipRecruiter. Give me the amps. When I turn it on, it's ZipRecruiter. So they were going to put in a whole new fan. But then they called me back and said, take the remote and go upstairs, and it works every time. When this is done, then there's interference somewhere else. So they say we can run across weird stuff. So sure as shit, so I still have it. They put me up there that works every single time. Every single time. When this is done, like this one, I have all the training and resources. I can tell it does that. There's no way to get just the one. It just is free. But sometimes it works perfectly, and I can't figure out what we change. So I would change that, and they would get much better results. They said, that's right.
That dress would look much better on the floor. You've gotten that one, I'm sure.
More than once, actually.
I've got multiple systems in my house, HVAC systems, and they don't work
I have this house so wired for smart and for Wi-Fi. And
Please tell me that this
Sonos
is going
system
out
that
over
uses
YouTube,
the
like
one
they're
downstairs in the direct room
crap,
only
so
works.
I don't...
0863. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Let's get to the people who've been waiting, and let's talk to Al. Al has a question about a 2015 Jaguar XF. It's not car day, but what the hey. We'll talk about anything. What is this? What about this 2015 Jaguar?
So what's going on, Tom? Hey, Tom. So my question is, should I wait or? So I got in an accident, and I just found out from my insurance company they're gonna total my vehicle. So I know most time they lowball you. Should I wait to see what figure they're gonna give me, or should I have someone try to help me now?
They always lowball you, but well, actually, I don't know if you should wait. You should get an idea, and you can get a free idea to begin with, okay? And the way you get a free idea is go to Petty Details LLC. Now they're on a referral list, so let me go to the referral list, and if I put in the search bar Petty, P-E-T-T-Y, I think it'll come up. Let me just, Petty Details. Yep, appraisal service. Now, their initial call, you tell them what you have, they'll give you a ballpark. Now, if you need them to fight for you, it'll be a couple $100 or maybe $350. There's one flat fee, but they provide you with enough information that you'd probably win, even if you had to go to court. These guys are pros. But go to the referralist.com, and in the search bar, just put the word Petty, P-E-T-T-Y, because the name of
I just did it.
Yeah, Petty Details Appraisal Services. They'll give you an initial ballpark free of charge. And you can tell Justin that we sent you.
Okay.
Well, actually, if you talk to Justin, just say, look, I'm looking for just an initial ballpark, and then I'll call you back if I think my my insurance company is being unfair. Let us know.
Okay.
Okay. That's too bad. You weren't hurt in the accident, were you?
Kind of. No, I'm not too bad though, but I get over it.
Whose fault was it?
Well, the guy was coming straight at me head on, and I swerved to keep from hitting him.
Well, did anyone get a ticket?
No, he kept going. It was late at night, and he just looked over at me, I guess, to see if I was all right. And when I was getting out of the car, because I hit a big concrete thing, when I was getting out of the car, then he just took off, and I couldn't see because it was real black on the road.
That would piss me off. Wow.
Yeah, so I got a little, I'm a little sore in ribs and whatnot from hitting the steering wheel, but but I got full coverage on my car, but I set a loan on it. I set a loan on it though,
No, of course. That's why you and by the way, a loan doesn't determine what insurance gives you, of course. That's up to the value. But go ahead and do that, and then call us back if you need help. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. For Bob Logan. Bob, if someone needs a boiler, do they want to know if you do boilers? This was a text. By the way, you can text the show as well at 57739. That's 57739. Put Tom somewhere there so I know it's to me. Bob.
Yes, we do both repair and replacement of boilers.
Okay, now, if this is an older boiler, and I know about older boilers one time, I had a friend that had a boiler that was so old, it doubled in weight. Do you know why? Think about it from the scale.
It doubled in weight.
Yeah, we're talking about 60 years old.
Right.
Can boilers last? Do the new ones last that long?
Some boilers last, we've seen them 50, 60 years old
All
quite
right,
often.
but now, aren't the new boilers really small and convenient and good?
Oh, much smaller, much lighter, much more efficient, yes.
What is the price ranges for that? I know that I hate talking, but let's just talk about
it's like talking about a car.
I'll tell you
what's
what
the price
I think.
range of a car?
I'll tell you what I think. I'm going to take a guess. You can't get one cheaper. Now this is the boiler, not the insulation, all that. The 4,500. You can't get one cheaper.
That's probably about right on the low side.
Yeah, and then you have to.
Yeah, I mean you're probably looking at 15 to 20,000 on average to install, and some of them quite a bit more than that.
Yeah, it's an amazing, but they last forever. That's the thing.
They're great systems. They're clean. They heat well.
Okay, let's talk a comment from JR on basement refinishing. JR, go ahead. You heard me talk about that in some of the cautions. What do you have to say, sir?
Yeah. Well, I do. I call in all the time, Tom. I'm down here in the Springs. I do basement refinishes all the time, totally backed up because we're busy. But yeah, I usually roughly tell somebody, hey, it's going to be somewhere between $28 and $52 a square foot, depending of what kind of fixtures, shower door.
That sounds actually low to me. That actually sounds low to me.
Yeah, we got 28. If we're not putting in any flooring, 28 to $52 a square foot. You got 1,000 square foot basement. That's what it's going to run you.
No, but that sounds. I mean, that sounds like a good. I mean, even at $50, if you went $50, he had 1,800 feet. Now, do you exclude the part he's not refinishing? Obviously, he had 1,800. Sure. He wants to keep 300 just storage, rough storage. So he's going to finish about 1,500 times 50. We're talking 75,000 about.
Yeah, I just finished one up for 38,000 and less storage down there for him. And that's your rough framing, rough plumbing, rough electrical, finished drywall, texture, no paint. They painted it themselves. And then we did a basic carpet and vinyl install.
And you'll do as much or as little as they want?
Yeah, they call the shots. They pick their stuff up.
What's the name of your company?
Well, mine, Tom, is Rocky Mountain Repairs and Maintenance. Mark's been trying me to get onto your...
Yeah, because you always call in with good information, and we want good people down there.
Yeah, I try to provide, good information. Even if I'm not making money off the deal, I want to provide people with good leads.
Thanks,
whether
man.
They use me or not.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, Chris, if you can hang on, Kachina Kalori, if you can ask Chris, Bob would love to answer that question about the humidifier coming up. And then Aaron, we got you covered too with our real estate attorney. All of that right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
Plenty of activity on the roads and freeways throughout the Denver metro as we get closer to that 11 o'clock hour. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Heading east closer to the airport, I-70 eastbound at Havana, a crash with 3 right lanes blocked. Stop and go traffic back from I-270 and about 7 minutes of delays for drivers. Otherwise, a pretty green and clean drive about town. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today. We're looking at a high of 74 degrees in the afternoon. Overnight low of 47. Tomorrow, partly cloudy skies with a high of 76. The current temperature in Denver, 61 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
The UN just demanded all central banks to stop rate hikes, and now any recession is expected to be short and sharp. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to The Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I want you to listen carefully to commercials. Like when I talk about Denver Regenerative Clinic, I talk about stem cell therapy. Guess what? If you don't hear the word stem cell therapy, it means they don't do real stem cells. It's that simple, because they can't say it unless they do. Denver Regenerative does real stem cell therapy. 833-STEM-GEN is the number for you to schedule a phone consultation free of charge with a stem cell physician. They've been doing it for 10 years, and they can let you know if they've had success in what you need. Now, it's not for everyone. You need someone to be honest with you. It could be an alternative to joint replacement surgery or not. It depends on your case. Call now, 833-STEM-GEN, to get out of pain in 1 3-hour procedure that can have you on your way to healing. No return visits or procedures needed if done the right way at Denver Regenerative Medicine, 833-STEM-GEN. So, I joke about this, and I kind of mean it. What do I love about Zero Res? In fact, I was just yesterday, I told my son, okay, we need to get Zero Res, and we need to move this stuff, just a few planters and stuff, and get them here. And I love nothing about them, meaning they use nothing but water to clean your carpets, and they do such a great job. Do you know water is an incredible cleaning agent? when it is energized, softened, and used the proper way, it'll kill pathogens, it'll get the dirt out, it'll not destroy any fiber, it'll get out and dry faster, cleaner, no res. That's why they call it ZeroResDenver.com, $119, 3 room areas. It's the only one I use. You should too. 303-471-5150.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
So humidifiers, I figure you do them, right?
Sure.
How do you know if you need one? Or does everyone need one? Could everyone use one?
I think in Colorado everybody could use one just because we're in such a dry climate.
And
I mean,
does it keep those gaps and stuff?
It's good for hardwood floors. It's good for musical instruments. It's good for dry skin. People who have allergies or wake up with bloody noses, all that stuff. Yeah, I love ours. It holds the heat in your home better.
By the way, we've had 2 homes in this neighborhood that have not sold in months and months and months.
That what?
Not sold in months.
Really?
But they have it overpriced, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There's one down the street. There's not much bigger. It's a little nicer than this. The exterior and the interior is a little nicer. But they want $4 fucking million. Who's going to pay $4 million for this neighborhood?
No.
I think the tops in this neighborhood is about 2.5.
That's what I was going to say.
Well, you know
2 plus or minus.
And that doesn't count the villages. I think you could probably get there for $1 million too.
Yeah.
I think there's so many people that are looking at how fast prices were selling last year, and they're trying to get the top dollar, and the market's changed, especially with interest rates.
I stole this house from these people, but after that, it went, and then it's going to come down again.
Yeah. When did you buy this?
3 years ago.
Yeah, that's when I bought mine. And
when they were low. They weren't high, but
Right.
they weren't dirt. But
Yeah.
they were pretty low.
Yep.
I bought mine in 2005 when I lived here for $750. When the real estate market crashed, it was assessed at $450. But then it went back up
Right.
when I sold it. But I mean, it went down by that's almost 50% from
Right.
$750 to $450 during 2008, 2009.
It's like stocks. They're going to go like this.
I need to do here, but I had everything done to make it. I came in the first time, and I liked because it was just good. Because we want to lock and leave someday, so that's what we did. We just put our money in here when I sold my condo, and our other houses where we live. But anyway, I use this for the kids and for me. So I saw what needed to be done, and it was like $100,000, and that was a little high, but just little things I needed. So when I made my offer, I made cash with no contingencies, and they thought I was crazy. And I put $150 down hard, and here's what happened: they promised all the outdoor furniture, and then took it on this.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Okay, so let's talk about whole house humidifiers. You know, Chris, the truth of the matter is everyone can use a whole house humidifier. And I'll tell you why. In general, wood floors perform better, pianos perform better. I mean, skin, everything. The problem people have, I feel, and I'm going to ask Bob, is once you get the house, I call it used to, or acclimated with proper humidity. It shouldn't be too high, by the way, even though you have the freedom to do it. You should keep it reasonable. But if it gets acclimated, I was told once you acclimate a house and then take it away, you could have problems. Is that right, Bob? Like with floors or pianos or stuff like that? Do you?
Yeah, I mean, if you acclimate a home and then you take it away, it's just like your skin. It's going to start cracking and drying and
yeah.
And
now, if you don't do too much, you're not
floor.
going to have that much of a problem. If you, what do you recommend?
I mean, you know, I think probably without a humidifier, your home is probably 10 to 15 percent humidity. I like to keep mine between 35 and 40%, and it does. It feels wonderful. The heat in your home feels better. It's just a more comfortable feel. To your point, it's good for furniture. It's good for musical instruments, the floors. It's good for your skin.
Everything.
People who have allergies see an improvement. People who wake up with dry, bloody noses don't have those. But you don't want to get it too high, and typically the way you'll notice is if you see condensation on your windows, then you know you've cranked it up a little bit.
So what is
high.
your question, Chris?
Well, you hit the nail on the head, Tom. We've got our house is hot water heat, and of course during the summer months we run a swamp cooler that's built into our roof. So of course the house is full of humidity. In the wintertime, we've been running those little chest units that you put 5 gallons in and, run them. But, geez, you have to fill the dang thing 5 times.
They have some really nice whole house humidifiers now, don't they, Bob? They have solid state, low maintenance, computerized, right?
They do, but like everything else, they all need maintenance.
Well, okay, but I'm talking about compared to what they used to need.
Yep, exactly. And like everything else, there's all different price ranges.
The one I'm looking at is the April Air.
Okay, that's a good brand.
And it's a steam humidifier. So it's mounted on the wall in the basement. Then you bring up a fan box into one of the walls on the first floor with the
Yeah, if he doesn't have ductwork, what do you do, Bob, without ductwork?
Boy, that's where you're getting into a technical question that
He's talking about putting in a grill on the wall and then having a wall unit. What are they quoting for that?
Well, the unit itself to purchase is probably about $1,200. You can run it on multiple voltages depending on the size of the house. The lowest is a 20 amp 115, but of course you can wire it up to 220.
But you have to put it through the wall, right?
Well, you mount it. Well, what it is, the box looks just like a tankless water heater.
Oh.
And then you have an outlet that you put up in the wall with a line where it pumps steam up into that with a box with a fan. So that circulates the moisture into the house. And then you have to set a humidistat, just like a thermostat somewhere in the house near that.
How do they, I don't understand though, if they mount that down in a mechanical room, how many stories is your house?
It's 2 stories. It's a...
Then are you saying they go into the stud space for that to get the air out?
Yeah, you have a tube that mounts to the top of the steam generator, and that can go 6-7 feet up into your wall above. And then they mount a box in there that looks like literally looks like a box where you'd have air coming out of a
register. A register. That sounds like a pretty good retro. Bob, did you guys ever do those kinds of retros? Do you recall?
Well, I don't know. Again, that's where you get on the technical side.
We might want to call down there if you want to listen, Chris. We may get someone from Plumline on to talk about it. But what did you have a specific question? If so, you can hang on and we'll come back to you. And then Alexander, he needs a criminal defense attorney. We can get somebody on. Aaron wants to talk about a lien on property and more.
Former President Trump just made a big post to his Truth Social.
So what does it cost to put a humidifier in, like in my place, while it's being built? Is it a lot cheaper to do it?
Well, for a humidifier, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're building it, having them do it when they put the furnace in, that's always the best way. Anytime you have another trip out there.
Duct work,
but
you have a tough. I mean, really, if you don't, air conditioning's a pain in the ass. Everything's a pain in the ass.
If you don't have duct work.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I know my place has duct work, obviously.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, although hot water heat is wonderful, I had a home with hot water heat in Cherry Hills that had hot water heat and a complete duct system for air conditioning, and God almighty, what they must have spent on that, because it was like, and it looked like a work of art. Do you know when you went into the mechanical room, Bob, they had, well, you guys were there actually for a couple things, but it was diamond plate, what they call that, diamond plate steel on the studs, right? And then all of the valves were, it looked like
I do remember that, yeah.
Holy shit, it was so beautiful. And then we had just a box for the air conditioner. There was no furnace. It was just a box with the air conditioner, a fan box, and it also had an air exchanger. It had weird stuff. I mean, this house was a Parade of Homes house.
Where was it?
On
Cherry Hills Farms?
Yeah.
Where's it, Bellevue? Oh, by Bellevue and University.
Yeah, it was
just north of Bellevue on University.
Between University and whatever the next major one is, going west.
Okay.
And it was right.
So it was on the west side of University.
No. Yeah, the west side of University and the north side of Bellevue.
Right, right.
And yeah, and so they built this. And this was another thing. We really killed that one too. That was the builder went out of business, but everything was done, and the bank had to pay off the subs and all that. But God Almighty, was it fucking built like a? Oh my God, it was weird, beautiful.
Well, you know, weird story. I was in this house in the village here, Bob, for 10 years.
Here?
Yeah.
Did you make good money?
I made a good, but this week, so every month, literally, for 10 years, so that's 120 months, right? My water bill was $37.10, because it was just me living there. 1 month, it was $146. And they could never figure out why.
Just happened. One of those months?
So 119 months was $37.10. 1 month, it was $146. And we had people out there they could never figure out, and they made me pay it.
Isn't that weird? And then that went back to 37?
The next month it was $37.10.
Because we don't pay for our...
You pay for water here.
But not our irrigation.
I know, but don't you think that was weird that 119 out of 120
Everything
months?
outside the house is covered by the HOA. So we do pay for it, but we pay. And then all of our plantings, well, you know that, lawn, garden, everything. It's lock and leave, truly.
Right, so, yeah, you have 2 HOAs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but combined the HOAs are 600, I think. But my other one, at that fucking condo, Landmark, do you know what it was?
Oh, it was probably 2,000
I
months,
sold
right?
it. I sold it when it got up to 2,200. It's now at 28.
For what?
Because they're stupid and they're self-managed and they're. Here's what happened. One man got proxies and runs the entire place, and he has a penthouse, and it's his private fiefdom. Somebody at Pantera did that too, an old woman. And I'm telling you, once they get the proxies, you can't get them out of power because they don't expire, and you can't get a mailing list to say, hey, we'd like your proxy, or don't give your proxy, because once they get the proxies, they invoke laws that say you can't get mailing lists.
Is that legal?
Yeah, because they're in charge.
Wow.
They vote literally everything they want. This woman fucking did the whole lobby the way she wanted. And she places people on the board who she wants. You are in full control. How you talk people into proxies, it's over. They run the entire, and never will they get it back.
Interesting.
Unless the individuals all hear about it. If you're gathered somewhere and you all happen to talk about it, but they won't allow you to write to the membership. They won't allow you to...
You can go door to door.
You can't... Well, they can't stop you from that, but you can't hand out pamphlets in the lobby. They left. So they took away almost every means. You can't put stuff on cars in the garage. So if you want to get word out, I guess you could go to a meeting, but the members that gave their proxies away don't go there.
Right,
exactly.
Right. That's why they gave their proxies away, because they didn't...
What they don't realize is when there's nothing wrong with giving a proxy to your friend or neighbor,
if you know the person.
But first of all, I believe that in Colorado there should be a law where they automatically expire on a yearly basis. Then it makes people rethink if they don't like what's going on.
Or even every 2 years, so people don't mind doing it. You're right, it's crazy.
So it would take everyone getting pissed off or enough to take away her majority. And the same thing happened at Landmark. And I watched it and thought, this is a procedure that these two didn't come up with on their own. This must be like some kind of, where'd they find this out? Because it happened in 2 places.
But what the hell in something like Landmark?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no grounds, there's no irrigation. What the hell do they do for $2,200 a month?
$2,800.
Well, what do they do for that much money?
And then, by the way, it's $2,800 for the penthouse.
Yeah.
But even at the lower levels, it's probably $1,800. I mean, it's per square foot. But Jesus God, I don't know what they do.
That's the monthly HOA.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an apartment.
Now hold on.
I got a friend that lives in there.
It doesn't include tax, and doesn't include insurance. So to let that thing sit empty was costing me like 40 grand. Or just own it without a mortgage.
Right.
And I thought, you have to be insane. And I was just hoping I could find someone to buy it.
Was it hard to find a buyer?
No, Frank Duran did it.
Okay.
It's probably my friend who bought it.
What?
So on this humidifier, my trainer just said you can't. Oh, never mind. He just said, I believe April R makes a self-contained unit that mounts.
And they say they put a tube through the stud space from downstairs in the basement to the main floor. But what a pain in the ass that's got to be. And then they put a register on the wall.
Yeah, at first he said you can't do it without ductwork. And then I said, well, our caller just got a quote for it. And I should have mentioned it was April Era because that's the next thing. He said it would have to have some.
Why she will not participate in the KUSA debate due to the political bias of one of the moderators. Join us at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. This hour brought to you by Renew Home Innovations for your beautiful bathrooms. If you're looking for a tub, shower, get rid of that old shub and get a brand new, beautiful rectangle shower, stone look and feel, no maintenance. Renew Home Innovations, and they have 72 months, no interest. That is unbelievable, 72 months, no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com. Beautiful. Beautiful showers, just custom made for your movement. Each one is custom made. And that's 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000, renewhomeinnovations.com. So we want to talk about anything on your mind. And Marnie doesn't want names used on the air. Now, I imagine I can use Marnie. I don't know. If I screwed up there, I'm sorry. But she wants to talk about her problem, and this is a follow-up. And Marnie had an acre of vacant land in Colorado Springs, zoned residential. She wants to sell it, and she was all confused about the adjacent property owner who forged an easement. And I forgot how we left it. I think I left it that I wanted to see the documents. And is that what was sent to me by email here? Is that what we have? Kelly, is that what happened? You sent?
Yeah, I sent you an email. It should be in your inbox.
Okay, and what she sent me was this private sanitary sewer line easement agreement. And it's dated, and it says this private, so we know it's not an easement for the subdivision or for the city or municipal. It says this private agreement is made on the 10th of June, 2022, between so-and-so and so-and-so. And basically, it says that the grantor is allowing this person to put their sewer in this easement. And the grantor grants and conveys to the grantee a perpetual 10-foot wide non-exclusive easement, so you can use it, but it's an easement so they can, if they ever have to make a sewer repair, they can go on it. To lay it down, they go on it. But what's really weird, she swears to goodness, to God, she never signed it. Never. And it's notarized. This is scary. Now, Marnie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Marnie, this agreement, because I was afraid that you had an easement and just didn't understand what an easement is and did not want it there. And I was going to tell you that's part of your community. All communities have easements. This looks like, wow, this looks like a real easement agreement. Where were you on the 10th of June, 2022?
I don't know exactly, but I was not in front of a notary, and I was not with that person that signed it. That's
Yeah. You don't want to use names. Yeah, right. They're calling you. You're the grantor, right?
Right.
And Marnie, the name we're using for you is not the one on the agreement, but the one that's your real name, the one on the grantor on the agreement.
Yeah, my legal name is on there, but I go by Marnie.
Okay. So and I'll respect your wishes. You don't want to give out names. I get it. Now, you contacted this notary who said she has no record of you signing anything.
That's correct. This
is fraud. We need to get this is fraud. This is out and out fraud. We need to get Brad O'Brien on OLS Law. We need to get him on. Hold on. This is unbelievable.
Okay.
This is Marnie. You delivered. I didn't think you could deliver this because I thought it was part of your subdivision. I thought it was part of your subdivision. This is a private easement agreement. And if you're telling me the God's honest truth, I'm telling you, you've been ripped off. Now, let's talk to Aaron, who's been waiting a while. Aaron, I'm sorry. Marnie, hold on. We're going to get an attorney on. Aaron, what's going on with you?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, Aaron. What's happening?
Perfect. This is about a subcontractor that has threatened to put a lien on my house.
Okay,
so
now, what was this? Hold on. Tell me what this job was.
All right, so let me describe it to you. So I
Go
have
ahead.
a bathroom that I'm looking to repair, actually fixed a drain system. And so I called a guy off Craigslist, name is Chris. That's all I'll tell you, because that's all I know. And he came in, and for $1,200 with his subcontractor, repaired the damage that I wanted repaired. The problem is the shower surround, they had to pull that down, and the shower enclosure, they took that off. Okay?
And it was for the repairing a drain?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Keep going.
So then I paid the $1,200, and the contractor said, "Oh, by the way, the subcontractor, and I'm not going to give his name, he came in and they were here all day with his 8-year-old daughter," which is a whole nother issue. That's why I'm not going to say his name. Anyway, he says, in order to fix the shower surround, you need to Zelle me another $270. So the work was really half completed, and I couldn't take a shower there. The only redeeming part of the story is it forced me to go to the gym 7 days in a row and take a shower.
All right.
But anyway, I sent him this $270.
Now, hold on. Was that Chris or the sub?
Oh, I sent Chris the $270.
Okay.
Chris never finished the work. The sub never came back. And so I had to hire another crew for $400 to do the shower surround. I had to buy another shower surround because I
got it.
Chris the $270.
Got it.
Never got anything. So I brought in another crew and they finished it off. That's cool. So, but now Chris has my $270 for the surround, and I bugged him for about 3 weeks incessantly, and he finally sent me about half of it. And about a week later, I walked down into my house, and there's a 4-page note from the subcontractor saying that the contractor, Chris, never paid him his $850 to do the job.
Okay, I get it. And that is the danger of going on Craigslist and hiring someone you have no idea about. And that's the danger. Now, if you did things the right way, you can protect yourself. If you did not do things the right way, you're going to have a battle. And here's how you do things the right way. According to the law, you're protected from liens if, first, it's your primary residence that the work is being done on. Second, you have a written contract. And third, you have proof of payment in full.
I have 2/3 of that. The Chris did a
wait. What do you not? Aaron? What do you not have?
I do not have in my hands the written contract.
Where is it?
It's on Chris's cell phone.
So Chris can say you never signed a contract, and you're out of the water.
Right.
You have a problem.
Right. I signed that. It is my house. And
no, yeah, but you don't have a contract. You don't have a contract because he's not going to volunteer it unless he will. I want to ask something.
Wait,
how
Tom.
much? Wait a sec. How much is this subcontractor asking for?
$850.
Oh my God!
Except, Tom, the subcontractor sent him an email admitting that Chris didn't pay him. So isn't that prima facie evidence that
not at all.
that Aaron paid Chris?
Why is it?
Well, because he said Chris.
And it wouldn't matter.
He said Chris never paid him.
It wouldn't matter because the law says he has to have a written contract on his primary residence with proof of payment. I don't think it would matter. I mean, is the subcontractor acknowledging that Chris got the money?
He basically said in his note, yes, I know your contract was with Chris and not with me, but Chris did not pay me.
Okay, here's the deal. The truth of the matter is the lien's not going to do anything anyway. I mean, really, if you heard our real estate attorney before, he says 99% of the people who put a lien on don't know what to do with it, and it drops off. He said to perfect the lien, they'd have to start a foreclosure, for God's sakes. In fact, he's right there right now, Brad O'Brien. I had him on for another problem, but I want to ask him about this. Brad O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services, real estate attorneys. Brad, if some guy is threatening a lien for $850 and this homeowner doesn't have a copy of the written contract, so he can't prove there was one, but he made payment to the general did not pay the sub. You once told us on the show that liens, people get too worried about them sometimes because most of the time no one perfects those liens.
Well, a mechanics lien, a contractor has a mechanics lien the day they start work, whether anything is recorded or not. So it's perfecting it by recording is what causes trouble with title companies and getting loans after that. But if a mechanic does not file a notice of intent to lien and then record their lien statement within 4 months after the last work, and then take the next step of filing a court complaint for foreclosure of that lien within 6 months after the last work, then the lien automatically expires. However, title companies still want it to get released expressly.
Yeah, they don't like it. So I want to ask you something. Did you, Aaron, when was the work completed?
You mean when was it half completed? About a month ago.
Yeah, well, when did they stop work on the job? A month ago.
They stopped working about a month ago. The second team completed.
All right, so he's within the time limit. Right. If he does, he's within the time limit, most likely, if he does file a lien. But then he has to, he has to foreclose. What do you think the chances are he's going to foreclose? Are you looking to refi anytime soon?
No. So let's say it's still on my record. Would I just work out and explain to the trust company, the title company, what happened, and they'll likely remove it? Is that how that
Wait, hold on. What happens, Brad? That's a good question. I know what happened. I had a disagreement with a contractor once and did not pay, and there was a lien, and after 6 months, I refied. This was years ago, and I don't remember how I did it. So how do you do that if it's more than 6 months old and you want to refi or sell? What do you do?
Well, normally title companies don't take that reasoning that, it's been over 6 months, so therefore it must
right.
be
So what?
valid.
Yeah, right. So how do you get it?
Their response is get a release, get the contractor to sign an express release, and then record that. And if you can't get that, you got to go to court.
And go to court like how?
File a complaint for quiet title or for invalidation of the mechanics lien.
Based on a statute of limitations or what?
Right. Yep, exactly.
And is it easy to get?
No. A lawsuit can take 3 to 9 months if it's uncontested.
No, I would pay the $850 long before I did that.
And that's why they do it. That's why they do it.
And you can also bond over a mechanic's lien to take it out of, so it's no longer a lien, and then the contractor's right is only against the money.
But what does it cost to bond around it?
Several thousand.
Oh,
you
see,
wouldn't for something this small.
Okay.
But it allows you to free up the property while you still fight the contractor.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So, what do you think this is unfortunate, Brad, when this happens. What the lien protection statute in Colorado, does he have to have a physical written contract?
No, mechanic's lien can be established through an oral contract.
No, I'm talking about the protection. I was told the lien protection statute, I don't know what it's called officially, if you can show you paid the general, it was on your primary residence, you had a written contract, you can get a lien removed.
Yeah, there is protection for along the lines of what you said. I would have to look up the ins and outs of how that works.
All right, because he doesn't have a written contract he can show anyone.
But Tom, I still, I guess in theory, owe the subcontractor, don't I?
Well,
so why would they remove it if I have those three things?
Well, no. Here's what would happen. And Brad maybe doesn't do this, or maybe, here's the bottom line. There is a lien protection statute. And if you have those three things, it doesn't cost a lot of money to have it removed. Don't ask me why, but, and I think that is what happened with me years ago. The lien protection statute was invoked because I had all of those things, and the guy was paid, and I didn't pay the sub. He was a clown. And so it happened that I was able to get it removed. And I don't remember exactly how. But, Brad, they must have that lien protection statute for a reason.
Well, it's an affirmative defense. So once the contractor brings a complaint for it, then you get to assert that affirmative defense that, hey, I paid the general who then failed to pay you, the sub. And
Okay. So it's if you... Yeah.
You're still in lawsuit because
but that's
the contractor...
an admission by the contractor that he didn't pay the sub. He doesn't want to admit that either.
Now, the contractor, does he have anything at all? Does he have a pot to piss in? What does he have? I mean, does he have anywhere? Will he help you out here? Will he give you a copy of the written contract?
If the contractor paid the sub, I imagine the contractor would provide proof of that to get himself off the hook.
Did you contact the contractor?
About 100 times to get my money, yeah.
You know, Aaron, not only you're not getting your $270, but the $850 you may have to end up paying, but you might want to call the guy's bluff to see if he does put a lien on it. Look, this sucks, Aaron. This is a problem with dealing with schlock contractors.
Right. No, I take full responsibility for that. My kids have already read me the Riot Act. I just want to know that, see if he has any rights as a sub, and it sounds like he does unless I take some legal action. And for $850, I can tell you I'm not going to waste my time.
Yeah, but you might want to, wait to see if he really does it. I don't. Maybe you don't want to do that.
Right. No, yeah, for sure. I'll wait until after I find out that there's a lien on it.
And this is a good lesson for everyone listening. 303-713-TALK. Shannon, help me out here. Did I lose track of time? I'm sorry. Hold on. I need Brad O'Brien to come back. We got more coming right up.
Choosing a Medicare plan is a big decision, and with all the options out there, it would be nice to sit down and talk with someone who knows all about Medicare plans. Well, United Healthcare has Medicare plan experts right here in Colorado, ready to help answer all your Medicare questions. Call a United Healthcare Medicare plan expert today at 1-888-CALL-UHC or go to myuhcagent.com. Hurry, enrollment is open from October 15th to December 7th. The United Healthcare Medicare plan expert is a licensed sales agent producer.
The name says it all. SimplyFloorsInc.com. That's Buddy and Karen Mitchell. They have a Floor covering operation at 52nd and Ward in the southwest corner with a beautiful showroom. But they'll come to you with their design consultants to help you choose a floor with a wide variety of carpeting, LVT, also hardwoods of all kinds. And you simply have to go online at simplyfloorsinc.com. Better prices, yes, up to 40% off. Big box stores, better installers, better financing, and an overall better experience. Simplyfloorsinc.com. You've heard me talk about Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, one of the most prolific real estate agents or brokers in all of Colorado and the country. By the way, he's always winning awards for how he deals with customers and how much he sells. He sells more in a month than most sell in a year, and more in a year than most sell in a career. And he sells them faster and for more money, and he'll show you, backed up by real facts and figures, no gimmicks. If you want results, Frank Duran, the real estate man, whether buying or selling, 303-920-1622.
I can walk again. I can cross my legs.
Okay, so that's really a sad situation, man.
With what, the contractor? Sounds like he does. He just wants to pay it off and not have to go to court.
Yeah, that's where you feel bad for the subcontractor because he did the work.
Yeah,
he deserves to get paid. If you pay him, you'll never get your money from the general contractor.
But right, I mean, I can't imagine what people go on Craigslist. There's no accountability. There's no checking on things. I mean,
It's people are cheap. People are cheap. A plumber's a plumber. An electrician's an electrician. A contractor's a contractor.
That's a great story. I went on Craigslist once. I had bought tickets for the opening of La Traviata at the Ellie Calkins Opera House. I bought tickets a year in advance. Center row mezzanine. Perfect, great seats. I broke up with my girlfriend about 2 weeks before, so I was stuck with these 2 tickets, right? So I put an ad on Craigslist. I said, I have 2 tickets. Tell me why I should take you. I got about 20 or 30 responses. I got some naked pictures, some.
Oh, jeez.
But so I got a text from this woman who was my age, was born in New York, and knew about opera. So we went out, we had dinner, went to the show. Everything was good. It was really, except I wasn't physically attracted to her. But of all the people, at least, she enjoyed the opera.
Yeah.
She wasn't a gold digger. But that's the only time I've ever gone on Craigslist. But I thought it'd be fun just to try that.
That is fun.
Otherwise, what am I going to do with the tickets, I didn't want to waste it. We had a very nice time, but there was just no physical.
Yeah. So is she still a friend, or
what?
Is she still a friend?
We just,
Yeah.
But we had a really nice evening.
Good.
And she told me a story that still haunts me to this day. She said she was on the phone with her best friend on 9/11. She was just having a conversation, and the phone went dead.
Oh, no.
And for some reason, that's always stuck with me. I can't imagine what that must have been like.
Yeah.
To find out.
And knowing the aftermath and.
That, you were actually talking to her when the plane hit. I mean, it just, like I say, and that had to be 15 years ago. And I never forgot that story.
Wow.
The other thing that's crazy was one of my buddies who's a surgeon was in New York at the time. And he went over to the west side where they had a triage center set up. And he said, we got almost no casualties. He said people either lived or they died. He said very few people got injured from 9/11.
Wow.
Because of the magnitude of the catastrophe, of the building coming down and everything, was so immense
That's crazy.
I know.
I mean, you would think just.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We're here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. And Compass Insurance Group, I want you to be sure that you do an insurance checkup, 303-996-9000, to make sure you're not underinsured, to make sure you're not paying too much for insurance. It's an insurance checkup. Compass Insurance Group. Okay, so Brad O'Brien is a real estate attorney. We ask from time to time all of these problems dealing with real estate. Brad, this one is very curious, and I have the document in front of me, and it's a very simple thing. I'm going to lay it out to you. Marnie says that she never saw this document, nor did she sign it, and it is very clearly a private easement agreement that was executed June 22nd, or June of this year, I'm sorry, June 2022. I'll get the exact date. But the bottom line is this. She has said, I have never, it's filed, by the way, on 7/29/22, and she said, I never signed this. It's an easement agreement so the neighbor can put a sewer line in. There's no utility easement there at all. The utility easement is on the other side of the property. This guy supposedly decided he wanted to use this side of the property, got an easement, and it has her signature with a notary. And she said she never saw it, nor did she sign it. Now, the notary, Brad, according to Marnie, says she has no record whatsoever of this signing taking place in her log. Brad, I mean, I don't know what the heck's going on, but if someone was so bold, let's take it for argument's sake, to file a fraudulent document saying she signed it, what the hell can be done about it?
Well, this looks like a forged document was recorded. So
right.
There's two ways to get rid of it as a record title, which is one, get an express release from the benefiting party. It's probably unlikely since they allegedly were the party that filed the fraudulent document in the first place. The second way to go is to go to court and have it invalidated by a judge based on fraud and forgery.
And because she has to go through this expense to get this vacated, which is amazing expense. I mean, it's going to cost her. Can she recover those costs because it was total fraud, if it turns out to be?
Potentially. Colorado does have a spurious lien statute and also a spurious document statute, which means that if somebody recorded a groundless document, which if it's forged, it is groundless, then that statute does provide the opportunity for the winning party to get their attorney fees reimbursed by the losing party.
Now, Marnie, did you contact anyone other than the notary regarding this?
No.
You know, Brad, what do you think the chances are if we contact the notary and the notary tells us the same thing and then we call the party? Do you think they could voluntarily remove this? I mean, that's hard for you to say, but it would save her some money.
Yeah, that's my first step. I always try to help people avoid court and resolve things without having to go to court. So I would normally send a demand letter to the party who recorded this thing and demand that they sign and record a release document that I would attach, and that resolves the problem right there.
Okay. Have you ever thought of doing that, Marnie? Have an attorney write a letter, and maybe you get they get a affidavit from the notary.
Well, actually, the notary's employer is investigating and planning to file some kind of, I don't know, police report maybe, or I don't know what kind of thing that they're going to file.
Okay, that's
we
good.
We only found out about this last Thursday.
Right. So the notary works. The notary works for someone.
Yes.
She's not on her own.
Correct.
And this notary, where does she? I don't understand. Like, does she work for a real estate group or a title company or what?
A financial institution.
And she has no idea. Her stamp is on here, and she has no idea how that happened.
Right.
Oh, Brad, this is serious, isn't it?
Well, it's a lien problem. You can get somebody in trouble with the police or with their license, but that doesn't fix the real estate lien problem.
Right, but I think...
How can I do that? Get it off of my property?
He's telling you what you do is you go to a real estate attorney, and they look into it and then write a letter saying it was filed illegally.
Okay.
Now, what I'd like to do, I'd like to contact this notary. They know you're looking into it.
Her company's not going to let her talk to anyone.
Well, maybe her company is in on it.
No.
How do you know?
No. It's a big company.
Well, how did you talk to her then?
Well, I just talked to her because it was my document, and I was at her job, and so she looked at it and she said, I have to talk to my manager, and then the manager talked to another department, and that department talked to another one, and so now I can't talk to her anymore. But she has no record in her log. There's a lot of evidence on this document that make it not her.
Like what?
Apparently. Well, I can't really talk about it because they've asked me not to talk about.
Who is
all
they?
The details.
Who is they?
Her company.
Then why? Let me ask you this then, and I mean this sincerely. Why did you call us?
Because I wanted to know how to get get it off of my property. I want to know how to get this off of my property.
Well, okay, okay, Brad, what would you do if she came to you with this?
Well, I would, on her behalf, send a letter to all the parties that have anything to do with this, demanding their cooperation. And in particular, the party that benefited from the fake easement, I would get them to sign actually a quitclaim deed. I said release, but because this is an easement needs to be terminated by a deed, not a release. And if you do get that quitclaim deed from that benefiting party, that will extinguish the easement, and once it's recorded, that will extinguish it as a record title. If they don't do that, you got to go to court.
There's your answer.
Okay.
I mean, there's your answer. So I hope you take action and I wouldn't wait for that lender, and I'd like you to tell me who it is off the air, because I'm telling you that I have a feeling someone in that company has something to hide.
Marnie, is there something on that easement that you want removed?
No, what are you talking about, want removed? And no, they didn't start construction. It's just an easement. Isn't that right, Marnie?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
It's just the easement, but there was, people, I've looked up a lot of things, and I was just wondering about, the process and everything, so...
Well, the process, I would call Brad, honest to good, I would call an attorney. But Marnie, do you have money to spend? Because it's going to cost a little to get this done, and hope they don't force you to go to court. But Brad, if they know they're guilty, I don't think it's likely they're going to take it to court, do you?
I can't predict. It really depends on...
I mean, unless this woman, somebody at her company did it, and they forced this woman to lie. I mean, there's a lot here, Marnie. But you swear to God that's not your signature. Where did they get? Does it look like your signature?
It's very similar to mine, but it isn't
right.
mine.
All right, I have to take. Listen, here's Brad O'Brien. All right, it's 720-370-7388. OLSlaw.com. 720-370-7388. More coming up. When you're in an accident, I know that you wonder whose fault it is, and if it's someone else's fault or you feel it's someone else's fault, you want to talk to an attorney, especially if you have injuries. And I know that you hear commercials all the time bragging about big settlements, and that's the point. They brag about big settlements. 80%, 85% of all cases are small settlements, and the rest of them are medium settlements, very few big ones, but that doesn't matter. You can get big settlements. You can get medium settlements or small settlements. What you don't want is someone to ignore you if they don't think your case is worth it. You want someone that will give you personalized attention. And I tell you this, don't listen to people saying how much they can get you. Listen to people saying how much they will listen to you. John Fuller is just that firm. Smaller by design, he handles each and every case personally, and you will notice the difference. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Tom?
Yeah.
Hey, Marnie said that you wanted to talk to her off air. Do you still want to do that?
No, I wanted you to find out the name of the company that the notary works for off the air. I don't need to talk to her. You
okay.
can.
So you just need the name of the company?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We won't publish it if she doesn't want us to.
Okay. So, Marnie, Tom just wanted the name of the company.
It's a lender, she said.
I hate to say it, Tom, but your name came up in our survey.
Was it?
I hope it wasn't bad.
No, it says our affiliation with Tom Martino makes customers feel comfortable and safe.
Good.
Well, I always tell people, you know, when they ask me about the show, because they hear me, I say the one thing is accountability. I have never seen somebody complain about one of our advertisers on the referral list without Tom intervening and getting on their case about it, or at least examining it. There's no other, list that does that.
Yeah, there's been a handful of times I can remember.
Excuse me?
There's been a handful of times I remember him calling me and saying, "What the hell's going on?"
Right. Well, I mean, it may or may not be a problem, but at least you have somewhere to go that somebody feels responsible and makes people account for the issue.
Right. I don't know if you want to do a follow-up, but my two managers did say that April Air does have a separate.
Yeah, I know. They one said here. Oh, yeah, and then I do want to follow up. Somebody else has one of those. They faxed or texted me. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I got to get right to the phones and help. But by the way, we will talk about that humidifier and other options, like things you can put on furnaces and stuff in the next hour. I need to take people who have been waiting a while here. And B, you have a question on earnest money on a house. Go ahead, B.
So we went under contract on a home over the weekend.
Oh, you did? And, congratulations, I guess, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And my question is that they accepted our offer. The house was at $745,000, and I got a congratulations that they accepted our offer at $678,000.
Okay.
Which is good, right?
That's good, yeah.
But there's something that writes for revision.
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm calling about.
Okay, hold on. What did your real estate broker tell you about it? Wait, you said there's a right of rescission, meaning that the seller can Go ahead.
Yeah, a right of revision. And
of
so what
revision.
That means,
what does it mean?
That the house is still accepting offers.
Okay, got it. Yeah, then they didn't accept your offer. I mean, I don't know. They're still accepting offers until when?
Until my house goes under contract.
Okay. Hold on. I don't blame them there. I didn't realize you have a house to sell.
Right.
Well, they don't want to lose a buyer who might pay cash or might buy that house without a contingency. You have a contingency.
Uh-huh.
That's not unusual, B.
So that's pretty normal?
Well, it's not. Let's put it this way. It's smart. I don't know if it's normal. It's smart.
Uh-huh.
Now, we can ask Frank Duran, the real estate man, what he thinks if you want a professional opinion, because I have to ask him a couple questions anyway, and we can do that in the next hour. Do you want me to ask him what he thinks?
Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah, because that's a lot of money, and I'm just curious what it all means for us.
Tell me about your house. Do you think it'll sell easily?
I do. I mean, I hope. It's a beautiful home. It's nice and clean. Beautiful.
Now, where is your house? Where is your current house located?
In Pueblo West.
Okay.
And
where's the new one located? Where's the new one located?
In Monument, Colorado.
Okay. If you hold, I want to get Frank Duran on in the next hour, but hold on right now. I got to take this break. More coming up. I know a lot of people are concerned about interest rates and wondering about the reverse loan. Does it still make sense? In some cases, it can. And Mark Massey will explain that to you. He'll also tell you where it doesn't make sense. In fact, that's the message here about Mark Massey at Empower Reverse Mortgage. He will tell you the truth about your situation and whether you should go ahead or wait. Empower Reverse If you have any questions about reverse loans, now's the time to ask. This helpline, 720-500-7719, 720-500-7719.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah,
Did you want me to get Frank on?
for next hour, yeah. I
For
won't
next
be able-
hour? Not this
yeah,
hour?
right-
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
I'll
because
do
I
it-
can't
Yeah,
squeeze
I'll
them
do
in
it
here.
at 12:06 when we come back.
Thank you.
Are we coming back to closing music, bro? Okay. All right, we'll talk to...
Do you know what's amazing? How many people really care about Tom Brady's marital problems? I mean, it's all over the internet.
I know,
If you
who
care about
cares?
him as a football player,
I know.
who cares what's going
I
on
know.
with his wife?
Well, because she's a supermodel.
Unfortunately, 90% of the people in this country.
And do you know
care.
she's worth twice as much as him?
Well, no, she can't be worth
Yes,
twice
she
as much
is.
as him.
She's worth 400 and something million.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And he's not worth more than that?
200.
He's just a peasant.
200 and something.
That's amazing. Well, maybe if they get divorced, she'll have to pay him.
He's a gold digger.
But yeah, it is a...
That is pretty amazing.
I'm surprised.
She's pissed at him
I'm
for
surprised
playing.
he's only worth 200 million.
Or 200 something. Look it up.
I'm just.
I don't even know
after
how
all the years he's
and I
played
don't know
and the
how
Super Bowls,
accurate
his
those things are.
contracts, yeah.
You're at 250 million. Wow.
Who's worth? He's worth 250.
She's worth 400. Correct?
Yeah, I know.
That's
According to
amazing.
that, but I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We got a lot of stuff pending right now. We're going to talk to Frank Duran, the real estate man, about that contingency to see if it's common or what she should think about that. Right now, Sophia, we're going to get started on your problem. You say you have a problem with Club Valencia Apartments. Sum up the problem.
Well, I have moved into this a month ago. well, a little over a month now. When I moved in here, I had a very bad problem with roaches. So I reached out to my landlord and I asked her to come and have somebody spray my house, my apartment. Well, it took them a month just to come and fix stuff that they have told me they were going to fix. Also had a busted out window, no heat. Just recently, Friday, they turned my hot water off, and it has not been back on.
Why did they turn it off?
Because a water heater busted. So they had worked on it all day that Friday. I kept calling and complaining.
You know that, by the way, just so you know, this is a terrible complex. You know that. Did you ever read the reviews?
I did. And I also went online and I sent them that they're violating the lease and everything, and all they tell me is there's nothing they can do about it. They're not offering me a voucher to move into a hotel while they get this fixed, and I have 2 toddler kids on top of that. I have a 3-year-old and
so
a 2-year-old.
How long have you lived there?
I've been here just a month and 2 weeks now.
Okay. Man. So do they have any other apartments in that facility?
They do, and it's just one side that is out of hot water and no heat. And
you don't have heat or hot water?
Heat or hot water.
All right, hold on. Just hold on. We're going to come back and talk to you and see if we can get someone on this case. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We'll talk to Bob Logan about also humidifiers, whole house humidifiers with Plumline Services, by the way. They're our guest today. Hang around for that. That's plumlineservices.com, 303-586-1086. More coming right up.
Made a big post.
Okay, now. I'm going to turn these mics down while we're here.
and Lisa in Centennial. And the best part, Gay will guarantee to sell your home at your agreed to price and time frame, or she will buy it, guaranteed in writing. Buying your dream home and selling your current home starts by calling Gay Ribble with Empower Home Team, 833-453-SOLD, 833-453-SOLD, and online at Gay, spelled G-A-Y-E, GayHasTheBuyers.com. That's GayHasTheBuyers.com.
It's the Dan Caplis Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Monday at 4, fresh off of her KO of Jared Polis in the first debate, Heidi Ganol joins us to explain why she will not participate in the KUSA debate due to the political bias of one of the moderators. Join us at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by Panacea Life. That's realcbdthatworks.com. They're doing an animal study. If you have an old dog, seriously, with dementia or confusion or memory or, 8 years or older, contact them, okay? And they will review the dog, and it's free, vets at CSU. And if he's accepted in the study, he or she, they will then administer free vet care for 3 years during the study, where they'll use CBD to see its effect on cognitive abilities. It's a wonderful study, and eventually it will be used for people, they hope. So, realcbdthatworks.com, Panacea Life, okay? Now, you can call them or you can email them. It's info@panacealife.com. So 8 years or older, describe your dog if there's any confusion or memory lapse or you think they're startled or, losing it. It's a great study, and it may help people someday. 800-985-0515. 800-985-0515. Okay, we left off with two people. We're going to get Frank Duran, the real estate man, on to talk to B about this contingency in this contract, this clause, as to what Frank thinks as an expert. We're also talking to Sophia about the apartments. And I'm talking to Bob Logan at plumlineservices.com. And Bob, somebody wanted to know about humidifiers, whole house humidifiers. And we did learn, and of course you talked to your technical people, and I did get a text on that. By the way, you can text 57739, and it says, Tom, they are awesome units, April Air. I am planning to get another one for our other house. I have one and getting another one. So he loves them. And so this is where you don't have ductwork. This is one option. Where what happens, Bob? There's a main... Hold on, let me turn your mic up. Go ahead, sir. There's a main unit.
Yeah, this is a little bit unusual because typically you'll attach a humidifier to a forced air system that goes through your ductwork, but this April Air system does have a unit that connects the steam unit and has a blower in it, and it looks like it has a single fan pack.
And it's like a tube that goes up through the stud space, right, to distribute it?
Right, into a separate box to distribute it. So I'm going to dig in more because it's fascinating to me that this works, and I'm sure it has some limitations because unless you have these distribution boxes throughout the house, you're going to be limited on where that humidity can go and how it's dispersed through the house. That's the nice thing about the forced air systems is that they attach to your furnace, and whether it's a bypass humidifier, which is a more simple unit, or a steam humidifier, that steam gets distributed throughout the house because it's using the fan of the furnace to distribute it. And I think they're fantastic. I think everybody in Colorado should have one.
Now, what do you have for people that have ductwork? What is the best that you have? Don't you have some... Do you have any ultrasound type, or do you have mainly steam, or what do you use on regular conventional furnaces for humidification?
Yeah, I use a steam personally. I think it gives you the best results, but the bypass humidifiers, and so what the difference is a bypass humidifier Basically, there's water that trickles down on a pad that's wet, and as the air passes by it, it's just pulling that humid air and pushing it throughout. Whereas steam humidifier is just what it sounds like. It's forcing steam into the ductwork.
But they're both put on the furnace side.
They're both put on the furnace side, and both are effective. Part of it depends
on
the
blower side, I should say, because it works with air conditioning too, right?
Well, you wouldn't use it during the air conditioning season,
you don't
right?
need to.
You don't need to. No, in fact, you wouldn't want to, because by having too much humidity, that can freeze up your air conditioning system.
And so, do
only
you
during
set
the winter.
with a humidistat?
Well, it can be either set with a humidistat, or it can be programmed right into your thermostat, depending on the unit.
Oh.
So.
Is there a difference in price between those two?
The pricing.
Or what? What's more expensive?
The bypass is going to be the less expensive option, and again, they work depending on the size of the house and what your humidity levels are.
They work fine.
Yeah, they work fine. You're going to start around $1,000 for those. On the steam humidifiers, you're going to probably get at $3,000 to $4,000. Plus, you might need additional electrical work if you need an additional outlet. Steam humidifiers typically use a lot more electricity than a bypass. So there's things to consider. But
are a lot of people
any professional
are a lot of people opting for humidity?
We are. Again, we recommend it to all of our clients. Between humidification, air quality, UV lights or similar products that take care of air quality issues.
All right.
I think people don't take advantage of that with their whole house furnace and air conditioning systems. And when you look at the cost of a furnace and air conditioning system, the additional cost to do that is minimal, and there's so many benefits.
PlumlineServices.com. Now, Frank Duran, the real estate man, let's bring him up. Frank, B wants some advice on this contract. Here's what's going on. She offered a lower price on a house, and they say they accepted it. But, Frank, this is what they said. Congratulations, we're accepting your offer of $678. But we are going to continue basically, this is what it says, we're going to continue accepting offers until your house is under contract, your current house. Now, is that unusual, first of all, Frank? Have you ever heard of a clause like that?
Hi, Tom. Good to talk to you. No, that is not unusual. I have seen that before. For the sellers, what could be tough, though, I know with RE Colorado rules, you still have to show it pending in the MLS, which means you could be limiting the number of buyers that actually go see the home in person. So I'm not sure how they have that worked out, but that is not unusual to see that in the marketplace from time to time.
Okay, so I guess what is your question, B?
Heard of that, and it just kind of threw me off. But this is my first time ever selling a home and buying a home on a contingency. So when they said first right of refusal or something like that, I was like,
well, you could take that clause out of there, and I'll tell you how. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell the people you're buying it from that you're going to buy no matter what, whether your house sells or not. Right, Frank? Isn't that what they're afraid of?
Exactly. I think they're concerned with the fear of the unknown and waiting on, possibly how long it'll take for B's home to sell. So that's usually the first concern a seller will have, especially, any market, but especially something like this market.
B, if you're wanting them to do a no contingency, then you could do one. Are you willing to put your name on a contract to close on a certain date, whether your house sells or not?
I need the money from the sale of this house.
Of course you do. The point I'm making is the way the rates
are.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that you both are asking for something. It's not as if they're doing something wrong. They simply don't want to wait a year. What would happen? What would happen if your house doesn't sell, for goodness sakes? They could be bypassing a buyer right now who has the cash. Frank,
I think their house is set on the market over 100 days because they've got a renter in there, and people don't want to deal with the renter until February 15th. And fortunately, I'm a landlord, and I've dealt with rental properties over 20 years, so that doesn't scare me.
So you don't get possession until the lease is up?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Frank, really, I think this is my own opinion. I'm not asking you to agree, but I'm thinking it's not unreasonable for them to say that based on the fact that she wants a contingency.
Right, Tom. And I'll tell you, too, I think, too, it sounds like the seller's being more flexible because they have a tougher situation to sell their home, especially with the tenant in there. If B could be more flexible, then they'll be more flexible, I think, back with B from that regard. But, yeah, on the same token, sure, that's right. In terms of seeing this in the marketplace, I mean, it goes both ways.
Okay.
And, Frank, you're not too familiar with Pueblo West and down that south, are you, as far as how homes are selling?
Yeah, that's not my area, Tom, but I have contacts down there, which is nice, so I do check with them from time to time just to see how their market's going.
Yeah, maybe Stephanie Thomas would be good to check with down there to see how the houses are moving. B, did you already engage a real estate broker down there?
I did, and I'm kind of already I feel like I'm a little bit deep into.
No, I'm not asking you to change. I just asked if you had someone. Do you like the person you have?
So far, yeah.
How long has your home been on the market?
10 days.
Okay.
Saturday was a week.
Have you had any action?
3.
Good. That's not bad, is it, Frank?
Yeah.
That's not bad. I mean, considering the market we're in, Tom, and of course it depends on price range and area as well, you know.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. B, any other questions?
Okay, well, thank you.
All right, thank you.
No, that's
okay.
it.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank, if you don't mind, I would love to ask you a quick question after the break. If we have to call you back, we will. On some of the movement in the real estate market I read about. Right after this, I'm Tom Martino. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK. WaterPros.net, whole house water systems for softening, better plumbing, better skin, better laundry. Under $2,000 fully installed for Martino listeners.
You know that TV would look much better on the wall, but you're afraid if you try to mount the TV yourself, it won't stay on the wall very long.
Oh, no.
Smart Home Services can help, and they'll bring 30 years of experience with them. Anywhere in the Denver area, they'll get to you quickly with efficient, professional service. Read the 5-star reviews for Smart Home Services online. Then schedule your appointment at ColoradoSHS.com or by calling 719-419-2354. That's 719-419-2354.
John Fuller, Fuller Law. He is the person that you want to call if you're in an accident and you need legal advice and you're looking for an attorney. Now, I know you hear a lot of people talking about how big they are and how bad they are. Big and bad, right? To fight for you. But they truly gather leads and then work only the cases they think have the bigger payoff. John Fuller will never do that. He'll only take cases that he personally works, and he works each and every one of them. You will not be just a number with Fuller Law. And you can find out the difference on your own. You will notice the difference when you call 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, speaking of not being a number and being someone like a family, SheridanAutotech.com. You know what? I call Kevin Uncle Kevin as a joke because he treats so many people, his employees and his customers, like family. They're honest. They have value, convenience, know-how, experience, everything that you want. Sheridan Autotech, 2 locations in Lakewood and Aurora. SheridanAutotech.com. 303-455-7242. You know, people like getting prices. You know they do. Now, sometimes it's unfair because there's so many extenuating circumstances. But theartofgranite.com knows granite is granite, quartz is quartz. You know, whatever you want is whatever you want. So he knows what the material costs, and he only charges wholesale for it. He also knows he's going to tear out Holloway free, and the Art of Granite also knows they're going to do the bathroom surface free when you do the kitchen, so you can get a price on the phone from the Art of Granite. theartofgranite.com. Great deals they're proud of telling you about at theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. Get your price, 386-5919.
Mike Lester, how would our listeners benefit if they reached
This is really interesting. I'll have to follow up on that.
Trial colonoscopy? Trial colonoscopy fails to reduce a what? Wow, holy shit. Oh wait, it doesn't reduce, rate of cancer deaths. Oh my God. That's weird, isn't it?
Well, it was a massive study.
We should talk about that.
Well, not till I.
But then would you please, yeah.
Let me follow up on it and see what the. I think it was published in JAMA, so I can look that up.
I'm due for another one. It's been almost 3 months.
3 months? I'm due for another one in March. Because I did find a polyp that was benign. And my mother had colon cancer. So I definitely want to get mine.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know, like everybody says, you know, the procedure's a piece of cake. It's the prep that everybody hates.
Yeah.
On the iHeart Sports
loss to the 49ers, he was 11-27 during his tenure of less than 3 years. I'm Frank Arity.
Invisible Fence Brand's mission is to keep pets happy and safe with their forever families. Their exclusive technologies make their containment systems the most advanced on the market, giving your pet freedom to enjoy their yard and you confidence in their safety. Visit invisiblefence.com to schedule your free consultation.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Genesis Total Exteriors. A guy called and asked for a great home improvement company. Well, it's Genesis, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Everything on the outside of your house, and as weather turns, he will do inside projects, including finished basements, and you can trust Mark. I've known him for 30 years. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. All right, we have a question from Plumline from Steve. Sophia, we haven't forgotten about you, I promise. We've been trying to work on this. I'm trying to figure out who to give this to work on, and I got Frank Duran. So real quick, I want to go to Frank Duran, then Steve, okay? So Steve has a question for Plumline. You're next after Frank. Frank Duran, I want to ask a question. I'm reading in the news, and I say in the news, many sources, where people are opting, rather than opting not to buy, they're opting for maybe smaller homes or less expensive homes. Are you finding that at all, Frank? And again, this is what I've read. I don't know if it's true.
You know, I have seen a little of that, Tom. What I've heard more of, just my personal experiences, is people, some buyers, like one we just closed this morning, she sold her house, got a good price. she's kind of waiting this out a little bit to see what's going to happen over the holiday season, see if there's better opportunity for her to find a better, option. And there's a home she had her eye on that has already dropped its price by about $40,000. So I think also buyers are being very watchful of what they're seeing in the market.
So people are, let's put it this way, more careful. You were getting tons and tons and tons of offers, and now they're being more careful.
They're being more careful, more watchful, and and for good reason too, Tom, because buyers, I've noticed too, whereas I think sellers were spoiled the first 72 hours, they were getting multiple offers, buyers are biding their time a little bit before they make an offer. And it's not unusual for a home to be on the market for 30 to even 60 days in this kind of a market. The good thing,
by the way,
is sure.
Historically, Frank, 30 to 60 days was not all that unusual.
No, in fact, Tom, I'll tell you a good benchmark for that is less than 3 months of inventory is still considered a seller's market. 6 months or more is considered a buyer's market. Somewhere in between is more of a balanced market. And I think we're moving more towards a balanced market at this point. There's not such a shortage or such an abundance of listings that homes are not moving. Homes are still moving. They're just moving at a slower pace.
All right. And prices are coming down a little?
Well, we've seen a lot of price reductions, but I think a lot of that too, Tom, I think really is sellers sometimes, they have to have realistic expectations, not just for time on market, but how to price these homes when the market starts taking this kind of a shift. And that's why I think we're seeing a lot of these price reductions that we've been seeing the last couple months.
All right, Frank. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Thank you, Frank. Now, a question for Plumb Line from Steve. Steve, go ahead. What do you have?
I've had a leak in a 3-inch ABS sewer line, and I had to patch it with those screw clamp deals.
Well, where was it? In your basement where you could get to it? You're not talking about underground, right?
No, it actually was in the wall from the second floor down to the first floor or the garden level floor. Wow. And I had to tear out the wall to get to it.
How'd you find it?
Are those... Well, I was putting in a new vanity and noticed after I turned off the water to the old one that there was still kind of wetness on the floor. And it's like, ooh, not good. So I just wondered if that thing can be covered up in the wall, or should you have access to it?
No, you can cover it up. When you say what you use to repair it,
all over it.
I assume you were talking about a rubber fern coat where there's clamps on the top and the bottom, and
Why wouldn't you have put a collar on it and glued it on like that you do with PVC? You can't.
Not to continue on between two pieces that are already there.
Yeah, because if there's no flexibility in the pipe, sometimes you can't do that.
I see.
Ironically, I had the same exact thing happen at my house years ago. I accused my daughter of not closing the shower door all the way and thinking the water was coming from there.
So you go in there with a flexible rubber, and is that rubber thing with that little like the mesh steel on it? Is it that?
Right, exactly. There's one on the top and one on the bottom, and you just tighten it up with a screwdriver, and those work fine. And again, because the drain lines are not under pressure, and I'm assuming this one's vertical, correct? Not horizontal.
To begin with?
Yes.
Sometimes it just happens.
It actually was leaking in an angled portion, and I was able to replace that, and then so now the splice is in the vertical one with that. So
okay, but you should be fine as long as you get that clamped down well. Go ahead and drywall over it, and you might leave it open for just a few days and maybe run a bunch of water through that drain just to make sure that it's not leaking. But after that, you should be fine.
It's been a couple of weeks, so I just wasn't sure if it was even code.
I would cover it up.
You look ugly to. Okay.
Nope. Go ahead and cover it up, and you shouldn't have any other.
And then if it leaks
issues.
again, you're going to know why. But I mean, I doubt it will. Those things are pretty bulletproof if they're installed properly.
Yeah, and again, it's a line that's not under pressure. It's a drain line. And
Hey, Sophia, you have an issue with Club Valencia Apartments. And I feel bad for you. You have 2 kids, and your plumbing isn't working properly. I mean, you don't have heat or hot water. I mean, when do they say it will be fixed? I mean, do you have zero plumbing right now?
I have none. So They had recently stopped it a couple of days prior to them completely shutting it off for a couple of hours. When they turned it back on, it's been since Friday. When they turned it back on, I had completely no hot water. So around like 8:30ish, I started contacting people.
All right, but so basically right now, you have no heat and no hot water.
I have no heat, no hot water. They moved me in with the busted window. I have air constantly.
All right, hold on,
coming
Sophia.
through.
I'm going to give this, Kelly, let's give this to Deputy Smarty Pants. What I would like to do is have him contact the people there and see what we can work out for her, if they're going to fix it soon or if they're going to get her another place in that. I mean, she has kids, and this is unreasonable. Unfortunately, a lot of people are held hostage by supplies or by contractors. I don't know what the situation is, but we will definitely look into it. Will has a problem, and I'm going to take it right after the break. Will, you have a question on a caregiver staying in a house after death. That could be a problem, by the way. There could be a serious problem, and you may need an eviction. It depends. Hold on. We have more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
For the most part, an easy drive throughout the Denver Metro for that noon hour. I-25 north and southbound. Of course, we're seeing highway speeds from one end of town to the other. Heading east around the airport, I-70 westbound at Peoria Street. Road construction with stop-and-go traffic back from Pena Boulevard. Only about a minute of delays for drivers. South of there, I-225 north and southbound. Green and clean driving for our friends in Aurora and DTC. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies with a high of 74 degrees this afternoon. Overnight low of 47. Tomorrow, clouds rolling in, but warmer than today with a high of 76 tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Did you know that Duke basketball's famous or infamous Coach K was nearly fired in 1983? A move which would have kept his legacy from even happening in the first place. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Empower Reverse Mortgage is a mortgage company that will answer all of your questions about reverse loans. Let me tell you something. It is absolutely needed when it comes to your condition right now with interest rates, equity. Things are changing. And I love a company that will answer and talk to you about it. And if it's a good fit, you'll know. Maybe you want to get out of your payment, not have a payment, or you want an emergency line of credit. Whatever it is, call the helpline and find out more. 720-500-7719. No high pressure, just information. 720-500-7719. Hey, did you know that SaferNet.com can save your bacon? SaferNet is an app that runs in the background on your computer, totally in the background, or on your tablet or on your cell phone or anywhere you need it to run to protect you from malware, ransomware, viruses, complete protection all the time, running in the background to ward off attacks. And it will you can try it out for 44 days with no obligation. Just put Tom in the promo code. Go and download it. SaferNet.com.
Choosing a Medicare.
Why do you think they picked 44 days?
Oh, because it was 30. It was 30 days.
Right.
Then with me, they add
2 weeks?
Yeah. That's right. They added 2 weeks on top with me. Or it was 2 days and they added 30. Whatever it was 40. It came out to be 44 days. It's a great idea. Hey, are mini splits popular or?
They are, and they're becoming more popular. And I think they're fantastic depending on what the need is. I mean, if you're looking to maybe cool your entire house, there's better options, or heat your entire house. But especially in cases where, like, you might have a bedroom over a garage that is always 10 degrees hotter or colder than the rest of the house, or a poorly insulated part of your home, or maybe a remodel like a basement.
What's a mini split? We have 2 thermostats or 2 zones?
A mini split is, you traveled Europe, right?
I not in a long time.
Okay, so typically when people see them, you'll see like it's like a 3-foot by 8-inch cassette up on the wall.
Yeah.
And it'll have a little louver underneath it, and that's what's blowing the heat or the cool air. So in Europe, they've been popular for years, and so each room almost has an independent cooling and heating system.
Yeah, I've seen ads for those.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now you can get them to where, you can put them in
Look at this BMW, holy shit.
A lot of different options, but
this
instead of ductwork, right?
This BMW, look at this, 644 horsepower. It's paired. I don't like it. No, all of that with an electric. I don't like hybrid. Nope, I'm not going to do it. I do not like hybrid.
Just bought 2
Do you like
cars.
electric at all? You like all electric?
I'll get it. Yeah, I was going to get an all.
His son has a Tesla.
Yeah.
That's right.
But you know what? I'm ready for an all electric. Stephanie wasn't, so I canceled. I had it ordered, and I canceled it, and then I bought that instead. It's the X7. This is the hybrid, but I don't like hybrids. I don't want both problems. I want one or the other. You know what I'm saying? I want to be all in one or the other, because I believe hybrids are actually double the trouble. I mean, they really are. You can't get away with the Tesla. You get away from most everything. You don't have coolant to worry about. You don't have brakes in essence, a brake system like conventional. You don't have transmission. You don't have spark plugs and tune-ups and none of that shit.
There's no transmission. Just direct drive.
Right. And with a hybrid, you have all that problem. I mean, you have plus electric.
Longmont and at CenturyRV.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, now, Will, let's talk about your situation, because this could be dangerous. Will, what's happening?
Hi there,
with
Tom. Hi,
Hey.
Tom. How are you?
Good. What's going on, Will?
Well, my sister was taking care of my stepfather, and he passed away last week. In the interim, she was having a hard time taking care of him towards the end. So she had a friend that was homeless, needed a place to stay, and she had been a caretaker previously. So my sister brought her in under what she told me they called a caretaker agreement. And that, unfortunately, was done verbally. I guess I looked online. There is actually a formal caretaker agreement. But anyway, the verbal agreement was that it would be for room and board.
May I ask you something? Was this your stepfather? Was this her stepfather too?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically the agreement was room and board only, no monetary compensation, no booze, no cigarettes, basically. But it was done verbally, but it was done in front of 2 people from the hospice, a priest and an RN. So they were introduced to this person in front of my sister, and that was the agreement.
What was the agreement?
When I looked,
wait, Will. What was the agreement?
Go ahead.
What was the agreement?
The agreement was that she could help out with taking care of my stepdad for room and board.
Okay.
Period. So, when he passed away, she won't leave.
And why?
She doesn't give my sister a reason except she says, you owe me money. And my sister says, what do I owe you money for? And she won't say anything.
All right.
But again, the verbal agreement was there was no monetary compensation.
Well,
So
you're gonna have a problem there, okay?
Yeah.
Do you think the nurse and the priest are going to go to court?
Well, my sister said they'll provide statements.
Okay.
So, yeah,
well,
but
look
at any
good,
rate-
but you have two separate issues, completely separate, absolutely, completely. Okay? Here's what they are. You have to evict her. How long was she living there?
I think about a couple of months, and I looked up on the Colorado statutes, and it looks like she's got to be given at least 30 days notice.
I don't know if that's true or not. I think you'd be foolish to try to do the eviction without an attorney. I'm going on the record. Okay?
Fair enough.
I would
Okay,
call...
So let me quickly on the caretaker agreement. The contract, even though that is a written contract, it specifically says in the caretaker agreement that the caretaker will not live in the home.
You know, Will, you don't have a caretaker agreement.
That's what I thought. Okay.
You know, I mean,
That was my question.
no. I'm not talking legally to you. I am telling you, you physically don't have one. I mean, now, if some judge interprets the fact that you guys talked about it, I don't think that's going to... In most agreements, verbal is not going to stand up unless you have absolute harmony in terms and conditions. And I don't think you have enough. Look, you're confusing things to begin with. I'm talking about an eviction now. I'm not talking about a caretaker agreement. I'm talking about a pure eviction. You can evict her, and you should start an eviction. You should start an eviction immediately with O'Brien Legal Services or some other attorney, and you should get an eviction going. Now, for the wage and hour concerns, let her bring a complaint. There's nothing you... Don't pay her, but that's not going to keep her in the house. They are two separate. Do not combine them. Do not. You're going to hurt yourself if you try to say she had a caretaker agreement and she's going to say, I had money coming. I wouldn't even acknowledge that. I would say you were letting her stay there to take care of your father, your stepfather, when she comes after you for wages. But here's what's probably going to happen. You will be successful with the eviction. You will. There's no way she can stay there. You have nothing in writing. Nothing. Okay? Now, once she leaves, even if she says, listen to this, worst case scenario, that she was paying her rent by working. Now she's not working anymore. She'd have to produce an agreement. She doesn't have one. So you're going to get her out of there. The second thing is wage and hour. For that, you don't have to do anything. She has to do it through the state. Now, the state will probably investigate. And probably, without anything written, if she can prove that she lived there and took care of him, you will probably be able to offset room and board against some wage. And it's going to have to be, I don't know how they would determine it. I think it would have to be minimum wage. I really do. And I don't know how they're going to do it. But they're two separate issues. And by combining them, you're hurting yourself. Get the eviction going immediately. And then tell the truth. Tell the truth to the state wage and hour people when they investigate, and they'll determine. And worst case scenario, you might owe her some money, but I don't think it's going to be a lot.
Okay, so let me tell you quickly what she has done and see if that's a mistake too. So she actually had what they call a three-day right to quit, and she had that served by a bail bondsman by posting it on the door in the front of the house and by posting it on her bedroom door. Does that have any legal?
Well, first of all, you have to give notice for an eviction, but there are many steps you have to do. That's not the only one. Now, I understand the 3-day, yes, you have to give that notice, but do you know what to do after that?
No, that's why I called you.
Yeah, well, that's why you need an attorney to make sure it's done the right way. If you do one thing wrong, there are different steps for an eviction, and it gets pretty complicated. You give a notice,
okay,
and when she doesn't heed the notice, then you have to go file for eviction with the courts and serve her. Then when you go to court, or if she doesn't show up, then you have to serve her with an eviction, and she either gets out or you have it moved. And if she does show up, then the judge decides. But there are multiple steps, and you're going to have to go to court, I believe, at least 2 times. So you really need to get someone who knows what they're doing and get her the hell out of there. How long has she been there?
I'm thinking a couple of months now.
Well, no matter what, she probably, if you did owe her money, she's been living there.
Yeah, rent free, basically.
Well, hold on. How many months since he died has she stayed there?
He died on Monday, so a week.
Okay. Well, that's not what I'm talking. I was talking about after he dies, for her to stay there. She has a certain. Okay. While he was alive, she was taking care of him, so she was supposedly earning her rent. I was talking about if she stayed extra time, you could start charging her. But you're going to have a tough time.
Basically, when he died, she would not leave, and she was supposed to leave. So she's still in the house now.
You're saying she's supposed to leave. She is saying she's a tenant.
Again, that's the agreement. Yeah. Well, she says, I'm not leaving till you pay me, $300. We have no idea what that's about, but still.
Oh, but by the way, okay, now may I tell you, it's going to be way cheaper for you to pay her $300.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Way cheaper. But you have to prove, hold on, she has to sign a voluntary, she's leaving before you pay her a dime, and then in exchange for $300, you need to get that done and then change the locks. But I'm telling you, an eviction's going to cost you more than $300, sir, just to get the people to move her out and to go to court.
No, I'm calling on her behalf because last time you talked to her, I think you kicked her off.
Why? Hold on. Who would I kick off?
Anyway.
Who would I kick off?
Well, I mean, I think you just dismissed her because she was being a pain in the butt. So
I don't remember the call. What was her name?
Kelly.
Okay, I don't remember that.
I think she called you about an incident with E470, her getting billed for tolls, and her son took her car and without her knowledge and drove up and down E470, and she got.
I'm sorry, no, I don't recall it, but okay. I looked on my sheet, but in any case, listen. Look, who knows what happened there? But bottom line is this: get her out of there and separate these things, and don't make it a together proposition. Thank you. I got to move on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. Remember that Garage Magic for your garage floors and patio decks, pool decks, sidewalks, GarageMagic.com, guaranteed for life. More coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
Fairly easy driving throughout the Denver Metro as we get closer to that 1 o'clock hour with a couple spots of drama over on the east end of town. Starting with I-70 westbound at Peoria, looks like we've got road construction with stop and go back from Pena. Around the same area, Peoria Street at Louisiana, news of a rollover crash. No word of delays, but we are seeing congestion for drivers around the scene. And on the west end of town, Wadsworth Boulevard northbound between 38th and 44th, heavy congestion due to road construction as well. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies today. This afternoon, we're looking at a high of 74 degrees, overnight low of 47. The current temperature in Denver is 73 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
The UN just demanded all central banks to stop rate hikes, and now any recession is expected to be short and sharp. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to The Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, earlier we were called by someone who needed a criminal defense attorney, and he didn't hang on. But I would have recommended Joseph A. Lazara, attorney at law. Now, whether it's a DUI or shoplifting or assault, or these are things that happen when life isn't perfect. Especially you might have an errant son or daughter, nephew or niece or relative, or maybe you've done something stupid, or maybe you were falsely accused. Whatever the case, Joseph A. Lazara. Don't shop under pressure. We've shopped for you. Look for Joe on the referral list at referralist.com or call him 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. You know, when it comes to retirement, we want income, and there is a way to do it through an annuity or through overfunding life insurance. They're totally different things, but they both can produce income. One of them could be totally tax-free. That's become the banker. Now, it involves a tax-free account with your life insurance, and so many people have done this. You might want to look into it. They also have annuities available, and I trust Joe and Jordan at mymoneymyway.com. mymoneymyway.com. All right, you've heard me talk about O'Brien Legal Services. Just now I talked about them. You need a real estate attorney for all things real estate. Don't try to do things on your own. You'll end up in trouble. We had O'Brien Legal Services on talking about liens. What if you had a border dispute, eminent domain, adverse possession, or you're buying or selling and you want someone to look over your documents, or you're going to finance the sale of your home, or you're going to buy one where the owner is financing, or you're buying with someone who's not a relative, who's not a spouse. Whatever it is, all real estate, OLSlaw.com. That's O'Brien Legal Services, 720-370-7388.
Located 40 miles.
Hey.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, are you back?
Yes.
Good.
What an experience. We got a great update.
Good.
Yeah, so do you have a follow-up on what happened?
It's really good too, Doc. I'll let Suzanne explain everything.
This is so cool.
And by the way, I don't give a shit about that other stuff, Thomas.
Good, thanks. You know why? It's not worth it. God almighty, it's not worth it.
No, but I'll tell you what, if anybody can get me fired up, holy
shit. But I think you were under pressure anyway. The emails weren't that bad, but I don't give a shit. I'm telling you, I don't care. And I understand you completely and why. Totally.
Yeah, it's just to keep.
Just for the time being.
I know I know.
This Facebook is so funny. Sometimes there's some really cool things on it. It's just,
on that last call, I always wondered, think about what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
Should we have, I think it would be great. We have Vinny. You can call Vinny whatever he wants. Vinny has his own ideas. Vinny knows how to get rid of this squatter. It's
right.
$400.
Yeah.
It's advice from Vinny.
What?
I don't have Facebook.
Advice? Oh, I like
TikTok.
I just thought it was fun to scroll through it. But, 90% of it is just cute little videos that are not inappropriate in any way. Some of it is really interesting.
Sometimes my kids will send me TikToks or something like that. They're funny.
Before I jump in, I'll keep in touch with you on that project.
Let's do.
Because I think I have some people in mind that I'm going to do, and I'll front the whole. This is my due diligence. I'm going to love it, and I'll bet you we find such a difference. It's going to be wonderful.
Just the fact.
And I'm going to go introduce
just by telling. Yeah, if you came in. Or
no, I'm going to come in and introduce it to them. And they'll trust it.
And that's what, with this consultant, that's what people said. The fact that Plumline is willing to invest in having somebody come in here tells us a lot, and that they do care.
But you're going to pick up on stuff that you would never find out about, even not.
I agree. Or even the surveys. We do 2 or 3 surveys.
It's going to be great. And we're going to, in the beginning, we're going to have to get people to believe it.
Right.
Or even make it one call a week, or one call like mandatory maybe, but maybe not. We'll see how it goes first.
Yeah.
And I'm good because I think
they do it voluntarily.
No, I can pick. Yeah, when I say mandatory, I mean try to even with. See, we want positive too. That's the thing. So I think I can fire them up. I really do.
Yeah. and then I have to do my part to,
of course,
to act on it.
And then have the signs up. We're going to make signs. We're going to make signs.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be such a great,
So you have, I think the big thing is the guarantee of anonymity.
Oh, for absolutely sure.
I mean, that's what you really,
Well, you guys are talking about some boring shit.
Yeah, we are.
My God.
Of course. And that's
It's like Doc's love life over there.
Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an all-cash offer. It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you for it, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling it, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard. It's the new way to home.
Reach out to Tom Martino and let your voice be heard. Call, text, and now talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW and the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Is Kelly still on the board, or did Suze come back? I know Mark's here.
No. Kelly's back. We've got a great update that we need to talk about at some point next hour.
I want to do it next hour. We're coming up on the top of the hour right now. I want to go to Ron. Ron, you want to follow up on something from last week. What was that about, Ron? I'm looking for your call here, sir. What was it about?
Yes, it was about the plumbing issue that was tapping in the walls.
Oh, my God, yes, I remember that. It was crazy. I was saying, come on, man. Is someone really making that much noise to bug you, and why would they do it, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, what's going on?
Well, I had a community navigator go over there and speak with them, and they offered to move me to a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, even though we're in a 2-bedroom, 1.5, because I have a teenage daughter. And they just didn't act like they were really trying to remedy the pipe situation. But that's what their
okay,
offer was.
Hold on. Because Deputy Doc, I had assigned this to you. Did they agree that whatever this community navigator, what is a community navigator, by the way?
Well, it's like a person that speaks on behalf of the community, because that's a community type of property with Burmese and people from that country.
And did they acknowledge there was a problem or not?
No, they said that it was water. They snaked it, but they didn't.
Okay, hold on. I want to come back to you. All right, hang on. I want to get. This is a weird one because this is where Ron swears they're doing it to bug him. I want to re-explore it. We also have Plumbline Services in the house with us. And more coming up.
The annual enrollment period has arrived.
Hello?
Yeah, I want to talk. Is Kelly there or Sue?
I'm here.
Both.
All right, have Kelly put in show notes where that notary worked. I wanted her to find out where that notary worked.
Did you get that, Kelly? Oh, she's on the phone. She'll get it.
Okay.
Hey, Bob Logan.
Bob, you don't have your headset on.
Hey,
yeah,
Bob.
Mark's talking to you.
Put your headset on, bro.
Yeah,
Yep.
He's there.
I want an honest opinion from you. No BS, all right, man?
On what?
Just, Bob, I'm looking for your yes.
Okay. Yeah, he said yes.
Take a look at Doc's hair. Now, is that hair colored or is that natural? Remember,
I personally don't think it is.
He's pushing daisies.
Look at it close.
You know what?
His age. Look at ours.
You know what, though? My dad died at 81. His hair was the exact same color as Doc's, and he had the same wave in it.
It's
so
auburn,
maybe it has something to do with the wavy hair.
No, I think it's because he's a redhead, but I think he honestly dyes it. What do you think?
You know what?
Why would I dye it? What would be the point?
I don't know.
I don't think he does, Bob.
I dye my hair.
Yes.
What
would be the point of my dyeing my hair?
Bob, you dye your hair.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Tom did that for a little bit, then he just
Of course
gave up.
I did. Yeah, I did. No, the reason I did it, I told you why. I did it because I wasn't evenly gray, and it looked stupid. I had like blotches.
Let me tell you,
blotches
blotches could be a trend-setting
blotches were
hairdo.
stupid, but if
like
I
Jay
had,
Leno blotches?
Exactly.
If I had even like I do now, then I said cool, and I
Leave.
went with it.
Oh,
hey, by the
Tom?
way, yeah.
Tom, she wouldn't. Hey,
Go
Tom.
ahead. Yeah, she wouldn't tell us.
She would not tell us the name because she was sworn not to.
What does that mean? Wouldn't not tell us the name?
No, she wouldn't tell
That's
us.
a double negative.
That's what it was.
That's
She
a
was
double
sworn not
negative,
to.
Kelly.
She would not tell us the name.
You're out of here.
Okay, listen, Mark got you on a double negative. One of the few
Hey,
grammatical
listen, you know my grammar and my fucking
let him
diction
have it.
beat
One of the
anybody.
few grammatical rules.
You've got the best diction in Colorado, Mark.
You asked Suzanne about my diction.
Suze, tell Suze I just texted her the cutest thing in the world from.
Oh my God!
Oh, where'd you get a picture of me?
Oh my!
I'm not seeing it yet.
Oh my God, Suze, hold on, it's not.
Hey, Bob. In all seriousness, you guys doing any kind of specials?
We are.
What is it?
It's buy an air conditioner, get a free furnace.
God, I love when he does that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, and we shouldn't be doing that because it's October, but because the cold weather hasn't hit yet. Although with the overnight lows, even though they're not that low, we're starting to get a lot of phone calls coming in.
Hey, so Suzanne is bugging me to turn the furnace on. In all honesty, have you turned the furnace on in your own house?
Because it's freezing.
Yeah,
Don't
I have
bullshit
actually.
me.
I have.
Thank you, Bob.
But-
You have?
Yeah.
Oh
but
my
if,
God!
If for
Along
nothing
with
else,
most
test it. Make
people.
sure everything's working right.
You guys have
Well,
tested
here-
mine last
Thank
year.
you, Bob.
Well, here's the
Thank
thing. It doesn't. You don't wait for the weather. You set it at
What do
a
you set it
temperature.
at?
I set it at a temperature,
It
and
was
then when it drops
temperature.
above, when it goes above or
63
below
in
that
our
temperature.
house.
What temperature do you set it at, Suzanne?
Bob,
Zip it.
63.
Zip it. Cut her mic off. Zip
71.
71.
And
you
the-
wouldn't
and the
catch me
majority-
setting the furnace at 71
And the
if I was on
majority
fire.
of our clients, set it at 73. That's the most common setting.
You know
for our
what?
clients.
Not in our house.
You know
And
what?
I like
You-
it cooler,
you get
Mark.
me a-
I like
you
it cooler.
get me an email list of those clients. I'll get that changed. 73. I don't turn the furnace on till it's fucking 50.
Well, hey, I'm with you. I like it cold. I figure you can put on sweaters, you can put on
Mark, on a
coats.
serious note, I keep
Yeah.
mine on 68.
Tom, 63. Our
I
house
tell
is
Suzanne we
in
have
the morning.
blankets right over there in the closet. And I tell the kids upstairs, I won't turn their furnace on because you know what? Hot air rises. If you have a furnace upstairs, why would you use it when all of the heat from downstairs goes up? Yeah, you heard me.
Okay.
You heard me, Bob.
Help, Bob. Help.
That's really when it's beneficial.
I generally kick the furnace on around January.
32.
You know what? My job is to keep my wife happy. And
Hey,
Not Mark.
I do that in other ways besides
if
the
she-
furnace.
If she's
I'm
happy
a
at
human
71
furnace.
or 73, then I'll adjust.
Hey, Doc, what do you keep your furnace at in that fucking crypt you live in?
I keep it at 70.
Are you serious?
Yeah, why?
That's crazy. It's like I'd go to visit my grandmother in Arizona. It'd be
Mark.
120 outside. She'd have the AC set at 100.
Mark, why? So is this for comfort reasons or are you cheap? Because
He's
gas
cheap.
is so cheap.
Bob,
What's it going to
he's
raise your
cheap.
bill like $11 a month
Yeah.
by turning it on?
You might have a heart attack.
There is no way I'm dropping $11 when there's a blanket right down the fucking hallway.
All
I'll
right.
buy her a wool blanket, too.
Well, that's going to cost you more than $11.
Yeah, how much does it cost to get the blanket cleaned?
We don't clean shit.
I'm going to get an electric heater.
No, you
There,
won't.
there you go. Get an
No,
electric
you
blanket
won't.
and an electric heater, and then show them.
Okay, who has had
Hey,
teenagers?
Suze, come to my house. I'll keep you warm, okay, Suze?
Doc, I know you
Got
got a
it.
son, and Tom, I know you got kids. Bob, I know you do. How many times has the teenager jacked the AC or heat up and they have the windows open?
I glued my windows when my son was living with me.
Yeah, well, you would have to lock the windows if someone was living with you.
You know, you can lock your thermostat.
Oh, I
It's
know.
all controlled by Wi-Fi.
Oh, trust me, we do, baby. And I'm the only one that holds the code, Bob.
You can lock it.
Our kids will...
That's plumb crazy affordable. A free Carrier furnace from Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. Call now before this plumb crazy deal ends. 303-633-5577 or schedule online at plumlineservices.com. Service at home, servants at heart, and plumb crazy good deals.
Afternoons 2 to 4. It's Leland Conway.
Crime is a problem that's infecting cities across America, and it's one of the top 2 issues voters care about. We'll talk about that and solutions on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. Let's go to the phones and find out what's on your mind. We have Plumline Services with us today. By the way, they have a special, and this is the shoulder season. So if you get it checked out and you decide not to do it, at least you're not going to freeze your butt off. But, Bob, what is the free? The plum crazy deal, what is it?
So right now, because we are at shoulder season, if you buy an air conditioner, you get a matching furnace for free. Now, obviously we have to charge for labor and everything to put it in, but it's truly a free furnace if you buy a matching air conditioner. So if you buy a budget one, you get a budget furnace. If you buy a high-end luxury one, you get a high-end luxury furnace. So it's a matching furnace.
Tom, you know what I love about Plumline when they do it? There's no BS to it. You truly get it for free. If you priced this out a month ago or a month from now, it would be that much more.
No, I know. That's exactly well put, which is rare for Mark. So
yeah, but it's going to get cold. It's going to get cold quick, and these specials go away.
Okay, now, Ron called about... Mark, you never weighed in on Ron, but Ron called about his neighbors, and he stresses that it's a community of Burmese people, and Doc, you had something to say about that.
I'm sorry, what are Burmese people?
No, Burmese.
Burmese, got it.
And
there's no more Burmese, it's Myanmar.
Myanmar people, whatever. He says, here's the bottom line.
What was the issue?
Pipes knocking. He believes that these neighbors were trying to get to him to make him move or be aggravated by tapping on their pipes. But I don't even know if the pipes are exposed or where they would tie. Look,
am I safe saying Ron's a nut?
No, I don't think he's a nut, but I think I don't think he's a nut at all.
So people are really tapping on the pipes
I don't know.
to make them move.
Here's what I mean by not a nut. I believe Ron is here. I believe the noise is there for sure. I don't think he's, calling us up, making this up. And I don't think he's imagining it. Now, as far as a nut, I do think I don't think he's right about people taking the time or energy to tap on them at all times of the day and night to bug him. And that's the part where we depart. But I do believe there's probably a noise there, I don't know what it is. So, how do we reconcile this? He's living in an apartment with his daughter. And he says when he's not there, and he says they're mostly Burmese and Thai, and he believes they're tapping on pipes to annoy him, and they never do it when he's not home. Is that right?
Yes, because I have a camera going, and I would think if it was something to do with the pipes, it should do it all day, not just when I get there in my unit. It should happen all day if they're saying that it's water, but it doesn't happen when we're not there.
Is this a regular tapping, or is it intermittent, all different patterns?
It's a regular pattern. It happens when only I'm there.
A regular pattern like what? Like
kind of
really?
It's just a human that's tapping on the pipes because they can tell that we're there.
But is it fast or slow or one every minute or no? Seriously, Ron, I want to know. Like, is it like tap 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 like that?
No, it's not a rapid. Yeah, I'm saying, but it's just, you know, they can speed up or slow down at their own pace, but it's not a rapid thing like a drip or something. It's tapping because they access my pipes through my closet, and I share the same pipes as all the 4 units.
See, now, Ron, I have to give Mark a little
credence, baby.
I have to give him a little credence and leeway. It does sound nutty to me, Ron. I'm not calling you a nut, but it does. Ron, can you acknowledge it does sound nutty?
Well, let me add this. The maintenance guy came over. They've already acknowledged they heard the tapping.
Can we get his? I would like to contact this person.
Well, I tried to call the maintenance, the apartment complex. They never called me back.
Maybe it's an SOS kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think they're happy about me complaining, but I went and talked to them democratically. I just said, I just want you guys to come check it out because I think they really want us to move out. This noise just started 2 months after we were there.
Maybe it's pipe. What is that called, Bob, when the pipe knocks? Maybe it's pipe knocking.
Yeah, pipe hammering.
It's hammering, and it's based off, you know, when faucets are turned on or off or different pressures and things like that. So
does it sound, but hammering sounds more like a clunking.
It's more like a clunk or a thunk, usually
like a clunk, rather than a tap tap tap.
Yeah, I don't know.
So Ron, did you say they did offer to move you to another apartment?
Yeah, it's kind of a downsize. It would be a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. My daughter would have to share bath with me.
And that would be would it be cheaper?
No, it would be a couple doors down, but that's all they offered. They do have another building across the street, but they said I have to reapply, even though it's the same complex.
These are not subsidized, are they?
Some of them are, yes.
Is yours?
Yes. Well, I guess it is because it's low income tax credit type of property.
Okay. All right. So I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, Doc, they wouldn't call you back. That's what's weird.
They did not call me back.
Yeah, and they cut my wall open today. Said there's a leak upstairs, but they cut my wall open right now, so the pipes are exposed.
And are they still tapping? Like last night, did they tap?
They don't tap when the maintenance people are there, but as soon as I get home, they'll start.
Can you imagine how bored someone
Ron,
would have to be?
Ron, how would they know when you're there or not?
See, this is where you say that you give Mark credence, but I'm telling you, I've recorded it. I've emailed her the sounds, and she's just saying she'll break my lease.
I want to hear the sounds. Can you send them to us?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, hold on. Put them on hold. You know what? I didn't realize that he had it recorded. I want to hear them. And then Bob Logan can listen to them, too. I do. I want to hear them. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, I want to talk to Lillian. Lillian, what's going on?
Oh, hi.
Hi, Lillian. What's going on, Lillian?
Hi. My refrigerator, the little part where you get the ice out, like if you want to go over and get a glass of ice, but that little thing was not working, so no ice was coming out.
Right.
And I called these guys. We called these guys out to come out and check it out. These guys came out and they checked it, and they said that it was an auger motor that was broke.
The auger motor, yes, that sounds exactly like it. That's the thing that turns around in the ice bin, and then the ice follows it around into the chute. So that could very well be broken.
And they said it needed a switch assembly.
A what assembly?
A switch assembly.
Okay.
They said we needed that as well.
Oh, okay. So when you press on the thing with your glass, it's not activating the micro switch. Yes, I understand. So what are they going to do?
So, this is what they did. When they got through, they said this will be $707.05. Well,
hold on. Did you ask before they did it what it was going to cost?
No, we did not ask before they checked it. We didn't ask We just thought that they were going to come in.
Well,
and
did
check
you
it
pay them and agree
then
to it?
tell us. Pardon me?
Did you pay them and agree to it?
Yes, we didn't know any better. I never had.
Well, that's all right. So what's the problem?
How old is the refrigerator?
You know, I really don't know because the refrigerator was in here when we came.
What do you mean when you came? Hold on. Are you renting or buying?
No, it's my son's house, and we live in my son's house.
Okay.
It's my son's house. So
what kind of refrigerator? What kind of refrigerator is it?
It's a Maytag.
Okay.
It's a Maytag, and it's got the little button. See, you don't push
I
the glass
get you.
against
How much
the
do you
back.
think? How much did that refrigerator cost? Do you know?
I don't know because it was here when my son bought the house.
You know, it's very
So I
difficult,
have-
Lillian. It's very difficult to complain if they fixed it. Did they fix it?
No, that's what I'm going to tell you. We gave him the money for it. We gave him what he said. He said $707.05. So we wrote him a check for that, and he said, "Well, this was on a Saturday. It was the 12th of August." So he said Monday. Or
Wait a minute.
Tuesday, the
You
part-
wait. You paid in advance?
Yes, we thought that's what we were supposed to do. That's what he said. $707.05. So
So
we
now
gave
what?
him a check for that. So he said Monday or Tuesday the part would be in. And so a month went by and I didn't hear anything from them, and so I called. And they said the part hasn't come in yet. And that's what I've heard
Tom,
since then.
hold on. I'm sorry. I got to bring this up now. This is a reason why I swear to God, I don't know if they're doing anything malicious or not, but I think paying up front is absolutely absurd. This guy could have got hit by a truck and she's out $700.
Right. Did you pay by credit card, Lillian?
No, we wrote him a check.
Listen,
honest to God,
then
I
they
was
should
really
be
dumb
look.
about
They
this. I
should be
didn't-
able, Lillian. They should be able to cancel it. You should be able to get your money back. I'm going to have Deputy Doc call. And
I
then,
want my money
hold
back.
Hold on. Yes, you should be able to get your money back. They should be able to cancel it. And if they say they can't, that's a lot of BS. And then you should be able to call a good company like Jensen Appliance, and they've been with us for years. Let's give this to Deputy Doc.
I would like to understand her mentality of why would you write a check for $700? Did they say they were going to fix it the next day, and then if you didn't give them the money, they wouldn't do it? I mean, why did you write the check?
No, they didn't say that. And see, they had done work for me before, and I paid.
Okay,
you know, I
well,
had my
that's why,
washer
because you
fixed up.
trusted them. I get it.
But still, I always say, listen. Now, if they're going to order something for you, it's not unusual to want some money. But I don't know. I don't like the idea. I'm with Mark on this one. We got more coming right up. We're going to have Deputy Doc contact you. Hold on, Lillian.
So.
Okay.
You know, it's just so crazy to pay up front these days.
My God, I know it. I know it.
Hey, did you guys happen to see, I know both of you don't watch it because you can't follow it, it's above your head, but the Dragon Show last night?
I don't watch
God, it is so good. How you guys can't follow this storyline?
Yeah.
Sleeper Cell. I haven't seen that one.
What about the Girl Scouts one coming up?
Oh, check this one out.
I just told you it was a great show.
Hey, Doc, listen to this.
What? What's up, Mark?
So listen to this. In Oklahoma, when Suzanne lived there as a little girl, I mean like under 10 years old, there was Girl Scout murders. It happened at a camp, a Girl Scout camp or club, whatever they call it, in Oklahoma. This guy basically went there and killed multiple little tiny Girl Scouts, and her mother, Suzanne's mother, would never let her join the Girl Scouts because of this. It's a true story, and it's coming out on Hulu now. It's a 4-part series on the actual Girl Scout murders. It's unbelievable. Most people have never heard of it.
I heard... I heard when they caught him, he just wanted to get Girl Scout cookies for free, and they wouldn't give it to him. And that's why he killed them.
Oh, but ding. We're talking about murdered children. Do you listen to this, Tom? I can't wait to see this, though, because really, her mother, Suzanne, chime in. Honest to God, your mother said you couldn't go to Girl Scouts because of it.
because of this story that happened, like, when I was born or something.
It's nuts,
When I wanted to join the Girl Scouts, I couldn't.
Get it.
Hey, Bob.
But after you're done, you always feel better.
Hey, Suze, is that because you identified as a boy?
Hey, when I met her, her name was Chuck. Man, the surgery worked out. Hey, Mr. Logan.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you.
Don't answer it.
You ready?
Maybe. It depends on the question.
Do you remember the time you were in here and Dan talked about how his father said he should have been shot into the sheets?
How could I forget that?
That was the best. I have never heard that before in my life.
That's why Tom probably has it on his Ring doorbell. I dropped to my knees. I said my prayers. I said, Lord, please don't let them be a negative influence on me.
It wasn't me. It was Dan. I'm a nothing but a positive influence.
Oh, yeah.
I am a shucks and darn kind of guy, according to Frank Duran.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I really, on a
I think
serious
you need
note,
to...
I so appreciate you helping out those older folks. What was that little town with the bowling alley? I want to still go see it.
Lavieres?
Lavieres. Hey, did you know this? So I actually became somewhat friends with this old lady, and she's going to get Suzanne and I into Lavieres. They actually have a bowling alley that's unbelievable. It hasn't been open forever, but they've lived there so long. When their kids were young, they would actually manually set up the pins for the Lavieres Bowling League. Can you believe that?
That's incredible.
It's
a neat little town.
It is so tiny. I heard it was like 3M or one of these big plants. I thought it was like a dynamite facility back in the day. But she couldn't, going back to what I was really trying to say, they couldn't brag enough about you. I had you guys come out and two other people. I'm not going to tell you who. You guys were right in the middle. You were almost the lowest. You were a little bit higher, but they liked your people so much that they just said, you know, this is what we're going to do. And I said, that's a great idea. And it was killer, man. It really, they were so happy it was nuts.
That's awesome. Maybe they can write a Yelp review.
Yeah, that's the problem with people in their 90s. So literally, they have no computer. They called me for that referral.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
I mean, have you ever seen Tom on Yelp, for example?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. We have 4.5, 5 stars on every single review site in the world except for Yelp. We can't seem to get that up.
So aren't they kind of a pay to play though? If you pay them enough, your reviews are better.
That's what I hear. Supposedly they're not. Maybe we should start paying and see if it helps.
I think it's fairly cheap. I don't know, but the problem is if it's real, it's real, man.
If it's not, it's not, though.
Yeah, that's right. If it's not, it's not.
Yeah, it's kind of like Nextdoor. I think Nextdoor is just a place to go to rant.
I ran some Troubleshooter or referral list or Nextdoor ads. All that happened is Tom went on there and wrote something about moving companies, and we got complaints left and right. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
You remember?
Tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 K-How, an iHeart radio station.
Here, 303-713-TALK, 713-825. Crystal has a problem with unemployment or payments. Hey, Crystal, what's going on with you? Hey, Doc, are you calling that other woman because Lillian?
I'm going to call after the show. I'll take care of it.
What's going on, Crystal?
Hey, well, I have a frozen account with Colorado Unemployment, and I can't get a single person to tell me who to call, what to do.
What do you mean a frozen account?
That's generally due to what they think is fraud.
Correct. So last year I had some fraud on my bank account. So it's understandable how it began because I had my bank account frozen and my unemployment payment then bounced back, therefore indicating fraud. However, it's still unlocked, not unlocked, and if happened.
Well, how
last
long?
year,
Wait a
August.
minute. How long have you been without benefits?
Since last year, August. And I began working, and I just recently lost my employment. I need to be able to file again. I cannot do so. I
But
can't
wait a
file my
minute. You
tax
never
return.
got the money that you had coming to begin with.
No, that's correct.
Do they acknowledge that?
Yeah. Barely, actually. They've told me, they've given me timelines. Like back in May, they gave me a 2-week timeline. By then, it would be unlocked. I said, I can't go back to school. I can't file for my financial aid because I can't file my tax returns because they can't issue me a 1099.
We can email Phil Spessart for you, but did you have unemployment during COVID?
I did, yes.
Yeah,
This was part
there
of
might
that.
actually
I
be
did.
some real issues, but we'll find out.
So
okay.
I've sent them all. I've actually called them once a week since this happened, and this was last year.
You talk
August.
fast.
And all they keep telling me is to wait for someone to call me back.
Well, that's not right. Come on.
Yeah.
Suze, this is
I
right
have no
up-
tax returns. I didn't get the Tabor credit, and I work for my money, so it's very disheartening.
Now,
that-
wait a minute.
and I
Wait a
called
minute.
the
This
state-
wouldn't have anything. Hold on. This would have nothing to do with
Mhm.
Tabor. Why would this affect your Tabor?
Actually, yes, because I could not file my tax returns, and in order to receive that rebate, you had to file your tax returns.
No, wait.
I cannot do so because they
Crystal,
can't-
you're talking a million miles a minute. Why could you not file your tax return?
Because they didn't issue me a 1099 for my tax returns.
Well,
So I
that's
could
not
file
right.
them.
Yes, you can file a tax return anyway.
I've tried, and I don't have their federal identification number. I called them to get it.
You know, Crystal,
They
every
said they
time I
cannot
bring something
give
up,
it to me.
what, hold on, just wait. What federal identification number do you need?
Because there's a number that goes on my tax returns for the 1099 for the state of Colorado
You
for the
don't
unemployment.
need to put it on there at all. It's substance over form. If you did not get a 1099, you are still obligated to file. There is no such thing as couldn't file. Every time I bring something up, you bring up another obstacle. You could get your Tabor. You need to file it.
No.
And if you file it now, you
I tried.
can't.
I
Okay,
filed it
goodbye.
online,
I'm
and
done
it-
with Crystal. I'm done. You know what? You don't try. As Yoda says, there is no try. Okay? I don't know what that means, I tried. You fill it out and you submit it. That's all you do. If you didn't get a 1099, don't put it on there. They won't penalize you for it. You know, you just do it, but you won't do it. So now you're crying about all these other things. We can probably get your unemployment issue resolved, okay? If you don't want your Tabor payment, the hell with you. Then don't get it. I don't care. But I'm telling you a surefire way to do it. They don't check your return. They don't audit you. The mere fact that you filed it will get you the Tabor return, okay? So that's a totally separate issue, and you're muddying the waters. Suze, we can send this to we can send this to Phil.
Yeah, we can.
All right, let's do that because truly it's ridiculous not to. And then she can just take her stubborn ass and not get her Tabor. That's fine with me, okay? Because I'm tired of arguing with people when we know how to help them and they know better. I tried. What does that mean? Your hand became paralyzed as you were filling out the tax return, or you couldn't go online? There is no try. You do it. You just do it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
After, God, this mic keeps falling. After the break, man, we're going to give you an update. We went down to Colorado Legal Aid today with those 4 kids that don't have a birth certificate, social security card. They don't have anything. They're ghosts. And we've got some really cool updates.
All right, and they contacted us a while ago and said, well, one of them did, saying, I need help. The parents were kind of hippies, right?
Yeah, in so many words, Tom. They contacted us back in June.
But hold on. But here's the thing, though. The good part, though, and we'll follow this up after the break, but the good part is, though, the parents were not fighting us on helping.
No, not at all.
No,
And
they
they're
were
not-
just no
and-
help to these kids whatsoever.
Right. They are no help to the kids at all. And does the father even work?
Yes, they both
Okay.
work.
They both work. So they did kind of.
Yeah, and for a long time, they got a nice little piece of the pie when these kids would work, too.
So, are you questioning their parenting is what I'm asking?
A little bit.
Oh, my
Okay.
God, am I questioning it? They're bums.
All right, we got more coming right up. We'll learn about this.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Few things in your way this afternoon. We've got road work to look out for. Northbound Wadsworth between 38th and 44th. You can expect lane closures and daily delays. They're adding a couple of minutes onto your commute. We also have an earlier wreck westbound I-270 at Quebec. That has been cleared and traffic moving freely from I-70 once again. And a full closure of the westbound on-ramp from Harlan onto I-70. That's until next Thursday, so they can replace the bridge there. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny, high near 76 today. Mostly clear tonight, down to 46 for the low. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, 76. Wednesday, sunny and 73. Right now it is 73. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Some banks can make it complicated to redeem credit card rewards. But with Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Talk about amazing. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
You know, if you're looking for floor coverings, I'd like to suggest simply floorsinc.com. At 52nd and Ward, the southwest corner, where you'll find a showroom, but you don't have to go there. They'll come to you. You just go on the website, make an appointment based on what you want to look at. They'll bring them and a design consultant to help you with your choice, plus better prices, better installation, better financing, and overall better experience at simplyfloorsinc.com.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
If you don't know someone's name, so like someone walks by you, I know this happens all the time, and they're like, hey, what's up, Major? Or hey, what's up, Martino? Or hey, what's up, Mark? Or whatever it is. If you don't know their name, what the fuck do you say? I usually go, hey, man.
Yo, bro.
Yeah, or bro. Bro's a good one. Yeah. It's kind of awkward, though, isn't it?
You know, I walk around in a daze 90% of the time.
I agree with that.
When it comes to names.
Or just other people.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to
I
names.
make notes.
Oh, my God. Suzanne can walk into virtually any restaurant we've been in, I shit you not, and just by looking at a waitress, a description like tattoo on the elbow, she'll go, oh, that's Nancy. She's got 2 kids, blah, 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 blah.
No, I can do that if I make a point of it. The problem is, most of the people I meet, I don't give a crap about.
See, Doc?
Don't beat around the bush.
I mean, when I make a point of it, like now, I'll never get Mary Jane wrong again.
Yeah.
I haven't ever since
You just got it wrong. It's not Mary Jane. My God.
It is Mary Jane.
It is Mary Jane.
I had you.
No, you didn't have me at all.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Don't you love me?
What I usually do if it's a guy, I'll just say, "Hey, I'm sorry, I don't recognize you. Was your wife one of my patients?"
I bet that makes him feel better.
Well, no, because that happens a lot. Because obviously I remember my patients.
How many
but I usually
times did
see
you have to use-
the husband only once or twice.
Doc, how many times did you used to have to use forceps?
A reasonable amount.
Like 50% of the time?
No.
Did you ever squeeze the kid's head too hard with the forceps?
Only yours.
I don't know
No.
who I was. Our kids were delivered by Dr. Varma.
Usha Varma.
Usha Varma. Tom knows her.
Adeline was delivered by her.
Well, that.
Get free evaluation of your case, and if you choose Fuller Law, you only pay a small fee when you win. John believes each and every client is important, not just the giant cases. He knows you need answers, you need advice, you need action. Don't wait in line. myaccidentlawyer.co, where you're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co.
Don't miss Century RV's grand opening of their new state-of-the-art facility in Longmont and save big.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, we have a lot happening. If you want to call us, we can help you in the last few minutes. I want to really quickly take these calls. Mark, they have a wonderful follow-up we want to get to, but as far as
go
Dorothea,
to Bill or Dorothea.
Dorothea, she has a question, or excuse me, a comment on the Crystal situation, who had her unemployment frozen, and we're trying to get her over to the right people. Go ahead, Dorothea.
A couple of things. One is if she is trying to file her tax return electronically, the programs require that she puts the EIN number for the company in the program. Otherwise, it will reject it. If she does a paper return, that's
here's
fine,
all
but
I'm saying.
the world wants to.
Here's what I'm saying. You don't even file the 1099. She didn't get the 1099. She doesn't file it. I'm telling her not to skip it altogether.
She just puts it in other income.
Right.
Or she puts it in other, but she doesn't even have to do that. If she skips it, she's not going to be kicked back for fraud or anything. She can amend it once she gets the 1099. That's all I was telling her in order to get the TABOR.
Oh, okay.
No, I know what you're talking about, and I appreciate it, and I should have explained that.
You know, just so that she knows what her figures are, is to go ahead and put in something in that other income. That way, at least it covers her butt a little bit. But she could also go into the IRS.gov website and maybe create an account, and it might be in there because all of your documents, reporting documents, you know, the
Wait a minute, Dorothea, wait a minute. Are you telling me we can have a profile directly on IRS.gov and it shows our reported forms?
Yes, it is. I've had other folks say that it's not that the unemployment is a problem, but all of your other 1099, anything that was reported on you should be in there for the last 5 years, and your tax returns and any letters that you've received.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to do, Dorothea, thank you, because I did not realize we could do that. I thought it was only for paying taxes. I really appreciate that. Bill has a comment or a question on motorhomes. Bill, what's going on with you?
Hey, are you guys familiar with the van-type motorhomes, and what's your guys' opinion?
Class B?
I think so.
Now, there's a couple. There's the big ones like well, yeah, that's a van. I thought it was, wait, is it a Class B? Yeah, it's a Class B. They're custom. They used to call them customized vans. But here's the deal, man. They have some beautiful ones right now, and they're very expensive, some of the good ones.
Yeah, they have like Sprinter. All of those are Class Bs. But what are you looking at, Bill?
Well, I don't know. We're just kind of looking now. What I seen was $100,000 as a price tag on.
Which one did you see for $100,000?
There's a lot out there.
Well,
but which one did you see, Bill?
Gigantic size or full-size motorhome.
No, I understand, Bill. I'm asking, what did you see for around $100,000?
Just online, just that look like big vans.
Okay, yeah. But are you looking for new or used?
Probably new.
Doesn't, well, I don't know. No, I don't think Century RV has those, do they?
No, they probably have some Class Bs. I'm actually looking right now.
Now, I was wondering about that.
Now, I also called one place up, and they're having trouble building them because they can't get no parts.
I'm telling you, what I love the Sprinter, man. The Mercedes-Benz Sprinter. Some of those are so cool. They're so cool looking.
Man, I've seen some of those in the $250,000 to $500,000.
Yeah, but some of them, yeah, I don't know if they go a $500,000. That would be outrageous. But some of them are so cool looking, and they're small and compact. And, yeah, they're really fun. And then I don't know what other kind of...
You know what's interesting about them, though? And, Bill, think of this. If you're driving down the road on a long trip with your wife or family in cases or whatever it happens to be, and someone needs to use the restroom or something, I'm pretty sure most of the Class Bs... No, that's not true. The Sprinters and stuff, you can walk directly to the back, can't you?
Of course you can.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more of those pickup truck ones.
No, those you can't. But the Sprinter for sure. And yeah, you can. Yep. And they're really nice. And then, Mark, they're making there's another one that's in between a Class A and a Class B. I call it in between. I don't know what it's technically called. But they do it on a smaller Freightliner cab. And it's like a van. It's like a motorhome. It's not quite as big as a motorhome, not quite as small as a van. Man, are they cool looking.
You know, the craziest ones I've seen, who's that black actor that slapped Chris Rock? Will Smith.
Will Smith.
He's got one. It's basically a semi-truck, a big semi-truck that pulls this, it pulls an RV that not only goes out, but it goes up to 2 stories.
No, I know. That was
insane.
crazy. I saw that somewhere. These, but these, you ought to look into Sprinters. They have some lower price ones, too. Then Airstream makes some, too, that are really nice.
I think those little trailers that Century RV has, I think they call them teardrops. They have them in all different sizes.
Yeah, I've seen those.
They are really cool.
Yep. Okay, here's one. My God, here's one right here. $245,000.
Yeah, they can get up there, man.
Oh, my God. I mean, that is... and it's a Mercedes Sprinter. It is absolutely beautiful, but I'm not sure I would be ever a player for a van.
Hey, Bill, I learned once, too, and I think Tom could attest to this. I bought one brand new RV in 2018. I'll never buy brand new again. They depreciate so fast. I got a little lucky because of COVID, but I'm telling you, find a good used one regardless of what you buy.
Well, here's the good part about used RVs as opposed to used cars. Most people do not beat up RVs, and they don't put a lot of miles on them. If you find an older couple with a beautiful RV, it's amazing to me. When I was out shopping for RVs, they would say, oh, these coaches are good for 1,000,000 miles. And so I'd think, wow, honey, 1,000,000 miles. You get over 100,000 and they plummet, even though those Prevost chassis are good for, they literally are good for 1,000,000 miles. But the problem is, all these snobs who buy them don't want them over 100,000, and definitely when you get up to 200, you're way down. Even though that frickin' Detroit diesel has so much life left to it still, and it's just it's weird. It's just weird.
And if you're just getting into it, the house part, to me, is much more important. You don't want to get into something and go, oh, my goodness, it's got a twin-size or a queen-size bed, and we really hate that more than anything, or it doesn't have a big enough bathroom, or whatever it is. Figure out what you want before you put the money down.
Oh, that's for sure. And I think, and we all made this, I think, transition. I think you start out, most people who start out with RVs start out with a good, moderate RV and then move up from there because they learn what they want and what they're going to use as opposed to the other way around.
It's so important.
So, and you have, this is what I say, and I don't care If you're not handy, don't buy one. I don't give a damn.
Oh my God, it is literally a house on wheels. Imagine your
Don't
house
buy
you
one.
live in shaking down the road for 5,000 miles.
No, seriously, I have had in practically every trip I have ever taken, in everything from a $200,000 motorhome to $1 million motorhome, you have the same problems. It doesn't matter. They are absolute maintenance nightmares if you don't know what you're doing. And most of it should be preventive maintenance. But if you had to depend on someone everywhere you go for little things, you're going to be screwed. Now, I'm not talking about for a Class B. A Class B is pretty fun, and I don't think you have to worry too much about that. Now, hold on a sec here. Real quick, Joe. Joe, I don't know about the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Is that an electric Hyundai?
Yes, it is an electric.
Okay, I don't know about it. Mark, do you know about it?
I know about it, not much. I know they sell them. I know approximately how much they cost and what they look like.
What's the question?
Yeah, what's your question, sir?
Well, I took it in on August 19th for an air conditioner compressor issue, and it's turned into a couple of other things. And the dealership has told me that they've got another one just like it that Hyundai just bought back. I guess they claimed it as a lemon. Is that the law that if they keep it for more than 30 business days?
Well, no, there's a little more to it. Hold on, I'll come back and I'll explain it to you coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
A few things in your way right now. Construction to look out for northbound Wadsworth between 38th and 44th. Expect delays and lane closures in that area. We also have a full closure of the westbound on-ramp from Harlan onto I-70. That's until next Thursday. They'll be replacing the bridge there, and you can use Sheridan instead. Other than that, just some lane reductions both directions of Huron at 32nd for water main repairs. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Sunny, high near 76 today. Mostly clear tonight, down to 46 for the low. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, 76, Wednesday sunny, and 73 for the high. Right now, it is 73. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Some banks can make it complicated to redeem credit card rewards. But with Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. Talk about amazing. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
No, those aren't bad. The
Okay.
BMWs I like.
American Restoration 24/7. The name says it all. That's what they are. They're a restoration company, and they're available 24/7. But there's something way more important than that. They're honest and knowledgeable, and that is so important. They have all the EPA certifications they need for abating dangerous substances, toxic mold, black mold, asbestos, or getting rid of fire and flood damage and broken pipes. Here's the deal. You need to contact them. Don't let your insurance dictate that. Your insurance will pay, but don't let them pay the wrong company because they only pay once. That's American Restoration 24/7. People we know personally. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. Or online at amrest247.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is now helping me with investing some of my funds. They're also going to help me create income. They're also helping me plan Medicare and Social Security and taking all the elements I have, qualified plans and savings, to create a secure retirement and future, and they can help you at any stage in your life. Now, I was a latecomer because I had some different elements of retirement thinking I had it knocked. But see, there's way more to it than just having some money set aside, you need like someone to look over the entire plan and make recommendations. And that's what rpcenter.com does. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They'll meet with you until you feel comfortable. No obligation. They'll come to you. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com. K&H Home Solutions. I'm telling you, I've known them for the entire time I have been in Colorado, and they have a great special for you. Okay, first of all, you can get all of their Provia doors. That's 20 gauge steel, not 26. You can get them for 30% off, and their windows and doors too. You can get on the windows, by the way, 30% off. The whole point is, and their Everlast siding, which is the best siding in the business, 30% off. If you want the best products, windows, siding, doors, and more, K&H has what you're looking for. 303-421, excuse me, 303-421-7100, 303-421-7100, and the website khwindows.com.
roll.
The lemon law he wants to know about. See these black? Do you think
Yeah, so check it out.
Do you think they're too big?
No, I like these grills.
No.
That's what was holding it up.
No. See these little things here? Those little things?
This needs to come out for that to go in, because that's what's holding it.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
I've never had a nicer car, and I never thought the GV8 has these.
I don't know if you're saying they go back on.
It's probably it's like a little sleeve that should
That's
go
way
on.
too big. I don't like that.
That's probably what it is.
I just don't like the look. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I got him.
Yeah, I'm not saying the function.
That's a nice looking car.
Everybody has different, that's why there's so many different car models.
Yeah.
People have different, I just don't like big grills like that.
I thought this was such a funny Halloween costume. God, it's so cute.
It is.
She has two little corgis. Oh my God, we're not going to have a lot of time for that follow-up. We might have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's good, man. It's a good follow-up.
Yeah, it is.
It's crazy, man. I think we've got a really good... that's something I didn't know Denver had. That's pretty cool. You know, Bonnie does a lot of work for legal aid.
Enabling aircraft to land in imperfect conditions. Monitoring weather and climate change from space. At Raytheon Intelligence in Space, there's nothing every day about every day. Open positions are now available across our organization for top talent seeking to develop transformational technology and push the edges of discovery. Visit rtx.com/risjobs.
Changing definitions
She can't even define woman.
to fit a narrative.
Change the definition of recession.
A narrative of a larger agenda.
For the Great Reset.
The definition of 630 KHOW is Denver's talk station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Okay, so Joe, the Lemon Law is what you're referring to, and the Lemon Law says if you bought the car, it doesn't apply to leases, but if you buy a car and they can't fix the same serious problem four times, they get the fourth attempt. So after 3 times, they get one more attempt. So 4 times in all. If they can't fix it, then you have what's called an affirmative case for a lemon, a definition, a legal definition of a lemon. You still have to bring either a legal action or an arbitration. It's not automatic. But many dealers will automatically buy it back or trade you. Now, the other condition is 30 days of cumulative loss of use for the same, no, it's not even for the same problem. It's cumulative loss of use. Nowadays, with the supply chain the way it is, a lot of dealers are running up against this. So if I lose the entire use of my car for 30 days, or longer, of course, you have what's defined as a lemon. Therefore, you can bring an action with, and I believe it's called, it's a lemon action. You can do it in the courts, but first they want you to go through an arbitration process with the manufacturer and the Better Business Bureau. I think the Better Business Bureau still runs that auto cap program. I believe they do, even though they're dinosaurs and they're dying. But I believe they still do the arbitration process for cars. Here's the deal.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. It's not automatic.
Okay.
So is your car giving you a lot of trouble?
I couldn't tell you because they've had it since August 19th.
Well, then I would definitely ask them for a buyback. Absolutely positive. Are they giving you at least a replacement?
Negative.
What the hell?
And I've asked, and I've reached out, and it's like pulling teeth just to get an answer or a simple email. And Tom, I think that if I were to share this email string with you where I ask and ask and ask and ask and get a response, and then ask and ask and ask and get a response, you would be appalled.
Would you share it with me?
I want to try and get it resolved. Yes, I will.
Who is the dealer?
I don't want to mention it right now because I want them to try and do the right thing without dragging anybody through the mud. And I understand it is a brand new vehicle, brand new model. And I firmly believe that their techs are learning about it too, because, they're just used to working on combustion engines. So I want to give them the opportunity to try and get it right and get it resolved. But at the same time, I don't want to end up being a nice guy and get walked
I'm telling you, this is my opinion. This whole electric thing that all the manufacturers are getting involved with, they're Johnny-come-lately compared to Tesla. And Tesla has it down. And these other manufacturers don't. And I would not buy other manufacturers' electric cars, at least for a few years. It took a few years for Tesla to get it right. By the way, Plumline Services has been with us. PlumlineServices.com. Don't forget a free furnace with the purchase of an AC. 303-586-1086. 303-586-1086. Tomorrow, a follow-up on how we help the siblings become legal.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay